These were unruly.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this special joint meeting of the City Council of the City of DeKalb and the Finance Advisory Committee. This is billed as a special joint meeting of the City Council Committee of the Whole and the Finance Advisory Committee. For those of you watching, this is going to be televised the entire length of our meeting today, which will, for the most part, run from about 9 until 3:30 or 4 this afternoon. If you, on occasion, see folks running in front of your screen or in and out, it's because we do have a lengthy meeting, and I will do a few housekeeping comments after our call to order, roll call, and the Pledge of Allegiance. So first of all, I was reminded that what we will do, since this is a joint meeting, is that I'm going to ask City Clerk Lynn Fazekas, who is comfortably back here above us, and she will call first of all, the roll of the DeKalb City Council, followed by the roll of the Finance Advisory Committee. So, Ms. Fazekas, if you'd kindly call the roll of the City Council.
Morris.
Here.
Fanouken.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Fagan.
Here.
McAdams.
Here.
Verbic.
Here.
Favor.
Here.
Mayor Smith.
Here.
8 present.
Thank you. Now, if you please call the roll of the Finance Advisory Committee.
Peddle.
Here.
Higgerson.
Here.
Neely.
Here.
Parker. Parch.
Here.
Tarazinski.
Here.
5 present.
Thank you. Would you kindly, those of you in the room, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we go ahead and approve the agenda as printed, just a few housekeeping reminders for any of our members of the Finance Advisory Committee or the City Council, as well as anybody in the audience. If you'd like, there is coffee, water, fruit, etc. in this back conference room. Please feel free to help yourself during the course of the meeting. I'm also told for those who are taking part in the meeting, there will be a lunch provided at noon or whenever we do break for lunch. For those of you in the room who are not familiar with the building, there are restrooms down the hall outside of this City Council chambers. There's also a restroom immediately adjacent to the conference room immediately behind me. Before we start, I was just so delighted to see one of our special citizens attend this meeting. Peggy Hoyt, hello. Peggy is our longtime former city clerk, and it is so wonderful to see you, Peggy. And I really appreciate you coming out today. And I know you made a special point to see City Clerk Lynn Fazekas, and we had a few minutes to chat, so it was great to see you. Thank you for attending. Okay, with that, unless anyone has any lay of the land kind of items, and at any time, I'd like our esteemed chair of the Finance Advisory Committee, Mike Peddle, to break in, or whatever you'd like if you see that the mayor is going askew somewhere, okay? So I would entertain a motion now to approve the agenda as printed.
So moved.
It's been moved
Second.
by Alderman Fanouken and seconded by Alderman Smith. Any discussion? If not, roll call of City Council and Finance Advisory Committee for the approval of the agenda, please.
Morris,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Fagan,
Yes.
McAdams,
Yes.
Verbic,
Yes.
Favor,
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
8 aye. And for Finance Advisory, Peddle,
Yes.
Hickerson,
Yes.
Neely,
Yes.
Parker, Parch,
Yes.
Terazinski,
Yes.
5 aye.
Thank you. As is the case with our DeKalb City Council and our Finance Advisory Committee, we are more than willing to listen to any members in the audience who would like to take part in public participation. And today, if anyone would like to speak, I would ask those folks to kindly step up to the podium here, right behind Carolyn Morris, our first ward alderman, and to make comments. Also, if you want to speak, kindly fill out a speaker request form. They're in the back, and get those to our city clerk, Lynn Fazekas, who will get those to me. At this point, I only have one person from the audience who was asked to speak, and that is Kurt Thurmeyer. Kurt?
Good morning. My name is Kurt Thurmeyer. I live at 201 Thornbrook Road in DeKalb. I'm also chair of the Public Administration Department at NIU. I am really pleased that we're having this meeting today. I think it's a really important kind of exercise, probably should happen more than it does in DeKalb. I have full confidence in my colleagues at the Center for Governmental Studies that they'll be able to help you through a lot of discussion about issues and priorities. The one thing that I would like to put on the table now that I hope you consider probably at the end of your discussions is something I've talked to several people about over the last couple of years, and that is that we are way overdue for a citizen satisfaction or resident satisfaction survey in this town. We haven't had an actual scientific sampling of our residents that would give us as a city, but also as a council and the Finance Advisory Committee, an idea of what the average citizen thinks, not just the nattering nabobs who show up at all the meetings like me and take the mic. Because we have like a dozen people who regularly voice their opinions, but we have 43,000 or so residents, and when you undertake a conversation like this, one of the big values you can get out of a scientifically done survey, a random sample survey, is you can find out things like citizens, what's their satisfaction with roads? What's their satisfaction with police service? What's their satisfaction? And then you can ask, what are they willing to pay for? So we know citizens, generally speaking, from our conversations around, that citizens are very unhappy about roads. But are they willing to pay to have those roads fixed? We can ask in a citizen survey. Don't ask the people who are anti-government, anti-tax about anything. Ask the citizens. We know how to do this. The Center for Governmental Studies has an opinion lab. Greg and Gina and I, for example, have done a similar kind of survey for 4 Round Lake communities, the ones that are around Round Lake. And one of the things we were able to do is identify not only how important is this service to you, but what's your satisfaction with that service? And one of the things that we were able to identify in the Round Lake communities is the service satisfaction gap, which is to say, police services are very highly sought in Round Lake area, but the satisfaction with service is not as high. So if you're going to allocate your scarce resources, would you allocate them to fringe ideas or to fill in key gaps in service that the citizens care about? So I'm going to argue that and advocate for you thinking at the end, you come up with this list of things, issues, and so on. And then let's put those out to the citizens and get their feedback in a systematic survey. Not in a hearing like this, where people like me who aren't afraid to speak in public show up, but for the people who are hard to reach. We know how to get residents who don't come to these meetings. We have all kinds of methods. We have web methods, phone methods, mail methods. We have ways of doing this. Cell phones, not a problem. We understand how to do this. So that's my plea, that I have a great conversation. I wish I could stay, but our classes start Monday. I have an orientation. I have to do my job. So like other residents, I'll be interested in what's happening, but I would love to see that at the end you say, okay, here's what we think, let's ask the citizens for their feedback in a systematic, random sample way that gives us a more accurate sentiment of what citizens truly feel, whether they're male, female, property owners, renters, whether they're students, whether they're permanent residents. We can find that out. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kurt, and thank you for all you do in our community. I don't believe we have any other speakers who have indicated their desire to speak at this time, so we will move forward. Our IT specialist in the back of the room is Jeff Bertel, and as you see, he has kindly put little sticker notes on our tables which say, for recording, please speak directly into the microphone. So I would ask anyone who would like to speak during the course of the day to speak into their microphone. And I believe how I'm speaking into the microphone now works most perfectly. We don't have to do this. But it is good in terms of recording. If you've ever watched a telecast, you know what I mean. You'll see people who will eat the microphone and people who will be back here. So try to speak directly into the microphone. Okay, now we are on item E, morning session. It is still morning. It looks like everyone around this table is pretty wide awake. And so I'm going to ask our city manager, Bill Nicholas, to speak into the microphone and give us the lay of the land and introduce our morning session. Bill?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, good morning, everybody. We have a full day ahead of us, and before I do introductions, just a couple other things to add to what the mayor said about protocols, and I guess I put this to the council and to the Finance Advisory Committee and the executive team, who are all the active participants today. And that is, we are televised, but there are some exercises through this morning where we'll do a little breakout and so forth. I have one roving mic, which is the one at the end of this row. We can take that and pull it away. But for people watching, there may be some moments where you just see people, as you said, Mayor, walking in front of the camera and not apparently doing anything, and they're not locked to this. I think this conversation that we have planned for today may go better if we anticipate that there will be some workshop moments where small group breakouts and conversation, and if you're agreeable to that, that may diminish the appeal of the televised portion of the meeting, but I don't know how else to do this in a collegial way, but that's up to you. It's your meeting.
Well, I'm certainly collegial as it relates to that. This is a workshop. This is a retreat of sorts. Mm-hmm. And Mike, how do you feel on that? I have no problem whatsoever if we break into that, and anyone religiously watching this from 9 in the morning till 4 this afternoon will probably either have been advised or will figure it out if they look at the screen and see nothing necessarily happening or nobody speaking. So that's my take on it.
No problem with that. I think that the goal is to do the very best job that we can in what actually is a very limited time period, even though it's all day.
Right, thank you. Any other thoughts on that? Bill, does that give you some
It
kind of
does,
direction?
thank you.
Great, sure.
And we'll find our way today. Also, people are welcome, as the mayor said, to get up at any time. You need a sugar fix or a piece of fruit, use the restroom, need a beverage, please help yourself. It's mostly in the room behind the dais. So let me do some introductions. We're very pleased to be working with the Center for Governmental Studies today. We have a powerhouse team led by Dr. Greg Kuhn. Greg was a former village manager, escaped somehow, but he had been a village manager in Clarendon Hills and assistant to the manager in Skokie, Illinois. For many years, he's, after completing his doctoral studies and lodging himself firmly in the profession, he's been working on organization development, public policy at NIU and with the Center for Governmental Studies. He will be leading the facilitation today. And with him is Gina Ballard, who is a graduate of NIU's MPA program and is working with the Center for Governmental Studies. We are very happy to have her along as well. And it was billed as Melissa Henriksen, but it's none other than Shannon Soul, who has been with the Center for Governmental Studies for 13 years. She has both a CPA and a PhD and has spent much of her adult life in the private sector, now more recently in the public sector, is very rooted in the topics that we're going to be discussing today. Welcome to you, Shannon. So without any further ado, Dr. Greg Kuhn.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and I will... Is this live? I guess it is.
Yes.
All right. So thank you, and thank you to Mayor Smith and the others around the room. So there are some familiar faces around the room, and I was just going to remind the group, first, thank you for inviting us to help participate and be part of today's conversation. Secondly, it was about, 2 or 3 years ago that Dr. Soul and I sat in this room with the Finance Advisory Board, and we had discussed some things about financial trend analysis and some other topics. So we have had a chance to meet and talk with some of you in the past, among other projects we've done at the center. So I wanted to start, and I apologize to those where my back is to you, but I wanted to start today with some general thoughts. I think this year at the Illinois Municipal League, this may be the 11th or 12th year that a longtime, another NIU MPA colleague of mine, some of you may recognize the name, Mr. Jim Norris, who teaches in our program. Jim is a longtime village manager in Hoffman Estates. Jim and I do an IML session at the annual conference on budgeting, and we've done it now 10 or 12 years. And it's a topic that never left me, because when I started in Skokie, as Bill mentioned, one of my first assignments in Skokie was to be a budget analyst. So I learned my budgeting there, and at the time the village manager was Bob Epley, who has since passed on to greater rewards than his council meetings and other things. But I learned a lot from my experiences there, and then when my own training here at NIU, some of you might recall and remember another colleague, Professor Irene Rubin, well recognized on her budgeting writing, and those two people left me with one of the most important thoughts that I want to share as we begin today. So I wanted to just share a little bit of context. So we are at the beginning of the process, and in terms of those that are watching and here today, what we are doing today is beginning a conversation about one of the most important things that any group of elected officials and their staff and their management team can do, and that is set your financial path for the next year or 2 years, depending on what kind of cycle you're on. But here's the takeaway that came to me early in my career from both Mr. Epley and Dr. Rubin, is that what this whole process is, and again, I'm going to stress, we are at the beginning, not the end. There are going to be a lot more conversations, going to be a lot more work done. But the point that was kind of stressed to me is that what is a budget anyway? What is this document? And I have a funny story about that I won't share today, but if you attend one of my classes or seminars, you'll hear the whole story. But the bottom line thought was this: the budget is the most important policy document that any unit of government creates each year. And at first you think of all the training, and I know Professor Thurmeyer left already, and you have plenty of people around the room, including Dr. Petal. We can engage in an interesting discussion about this, but in the end that thought never left me from those two people, because what it is, and even when I've taught this class, I try to stress, budgets are your priorities and your values expressed through numbers. And the numbers are just a different language we use to try to say, this is what's important to us. This is where we're going to put our resources today. Because one thing I also learned from another colleague of mine at NIU who has since retired, there's another saying that says, in the public sector, there is no such thing as an uncommitted dollar. There is no such thing as an uncommitted dollar. The minute that dollar hits the till here, it's already been spoken for. And so the decision that we ask every elected official to do in every unit of government is someone has to decide where we're going to put those dollars. So we wish we had more. We wish we had all that we could, but we don't. So that requires this kind of process of sharing ideas, discussing things, and making some hard choices. There's no doubt about it. The last thing I would share just in an opening thought today is, so what is today all about? And I thank the manager and the mayor for stressing this. Today is a workshop, and we are workshop people. I mean, hey, we can roll up our sleeves, and we also, as Professor Thurmeyer said, we like data, particularly Dr. Soul. My gosh, Shannon can't be more happy than when she's in her office, and it's quiet, and she's digging in, and we got spreadsheets all over her screens. But it also requires conversation. But you can't have that conversation without information. And so what today is about, it's a workshop to put ideas on the table, to get some conversation started. And what we're going to do is walk you through some exercises to try to help, and as Dr. Petal said, in a relatively limited amount of time, get those ideas shared among each other. All right, the last thing, and why is planning in this kind of budget planning and budget preparation worth the time? There's an old saying that we're fond of using, and it goes like this: if you don't know where you're going, any place will do. If you don't know where you're going, any place will do. And there's too much, I would say, too much of importance that's at stake to just kind of let gravity take its course. And sometimes you're all going to be presented, and you have been presented with circumstances that you didn't design, that you didn't ask for, and that requires a different kind of decision making. But when you have a chance to kind of set a path and say, okay, this is where we want to go, this is something we've all agreed that, there are going to be differences of opinion, but generally this is how we're going to head, it will pay off. It will give benefits. Again, because the resources you're working with, sadly, are limited. All right. So with that being said, here's what we'd like to ask the group to do. And we're going to start with the elected officials, and then we're going to then invite the advisory committee and then the executive team to respond to these first few exercises. And the very first one is to ask you to do something that you've probably done already, and you're walking around, driving around, talking to others, etc., is to say, all right, what is it that's important? What is it over the next few months we need to discuss, or we need to make sure gets included into these budgeting discussions, and eventually this is all going to fold together into something you will all be asked to vote on and approve. And the question is this: let's ask each of you to stand in the future, and we're not going to go out too far for this exercise today, but we'd like to ask you to stand in the future. So let's go out 1 year, 2 years, and say, if I left DeKalb today and I didn't come back for the next 18 to 24 months, in terms of budget decision or programs or investments the community will make, et cetera, what do you hope you would see, or what do you think you would see when you came back 2 years from now? So what we want to ask you to do, and Gina's going to jump up, and we're going to write your notes on these flip chart pads that are over here, but we'd like to ask each of you to consider, what is some of the most important things that you would like to see accomplished or addressed in the next 1 to 2 years? Because really that is probably the most immediate budget time frame that you're going to be dealing with. And some things that you may care to see or hope to see may play themselves out over a longer term. But if you had to come back into this room 18 months to 24 months from now, what do you hope you would see relating to the budget's, the city's budget priorities or the budget's funding and actions and decisions? Or maybe the point of view is, what do you think you might see? So I would ask Mr. Mayor, would you mind starting? And then for each of the council members, if you wouldn't mind, we'll just go one by one. And we're happy to have, a couple of ideas. If you don't mind, share at least 2 with us. And here's what I will predict. If someone raises something that you see as being important, that you said, oh, that was something I had on my mind or my list, let us know. Gina will put a check mark by it, and that'll help keep the conversation, and so you can add another one perhaps to that. So, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, would you like to start with that?
I am postured to start, Greg, yes.
Go for
it. 2 things, a revitalized downtown DeKalb and a significant growth in one of our 2 business parks, Park
Okay.
88 and Chicago West.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we have downtown and one of your industrial parks, which any of us that have been around the community long enough to know, it's just kind of amazing if you watch this whole thing kind of evolve out along the interstate. So, all right, good. Who'd like to go next?
I'll go.
All right, Scott?
Budget surplusing.
Okay.
I'd love to see a budget surplus, and I'd love to see better roads.
Okay, so a budget surplus, which is a kind of a sign and a symptom of financial health, and better roads. And Gina, Shannon, and I, and all the rest of our colleagues, we work with a lot of elected officials. Can I tell you that better roads are a universal across the Midwest? So no stranger there, but it is important because
Sure.
it's related to everything: quality of life, economic development, all that. Thank you. Next.
More defined percentage of budget to be paid toward pension, roads, fleets. The second would probably be increase of, I would probably say the Park 88, the
Okay,
increase of.
one of the industrial parks.
Yeah, the increase of tax for the, not increased tax, but increased base tax for new property.
Okay, so more development, more
Yes.
utilization of those lots that are
Yes.
still out there. Okay,
Good job.
I'm gonna let Gina catch up there. Yeah, the industrial park, Park 88, right? That's.
Right, Park
Right.
88
Park
and Chicago
88.
West.
Okay,
And overall,
all right. Okay, good. Next. Okay, Bill.
Well, obviously, not just downtown, not just the industrial parks, but more of a general economic development throughout different parts of town, the south side and the east end, I think we need to pay particular attention to. And then the elephant in the room, NIU enrollments. I mean, the enrollment in NIU drives so many other things across the city.
Okay,
Excellent.
all right, so economic development, like others have expressed, but you're taking a little broader view of the other parts of the community where you have economic activity, and some of that commercial is kind of retail based, but there are pockets around the community. And then the NIU story and the health and the continued success of the institution and students and enrollment.
Right, because we know that, the enrollment drives so many things for the city, even if it's commuter students, they'll stop and buy a meal, they'll stop and buy gas, and all those things help drive sales tax revenue for the city.
Right. And every once in a while, one of those students has to get a new tire.
That's right.
Something a little more serious. Yeah. Okay. Good. Next. Thanks.
So I definitely echo, I'd love to see that downtown no longer has any open storefronts.
Okay.
I'd like to see those all filled up. And I think I'd like to see a safe, vibrant, clean, and attractive community at the intersection of Hillcrest and Annie Glidden.
Okay.
So I'd like to see that sort of become somewhere that people are attracted to go to.
Okay. Good. All right. So the downtown, and again, a good measure for anyone that's in the local government world, downtowns and vacancies and reinvestment and all that is an indicator of a lot of things, so that's a good one. And then the Annie Glidden Road, Hillcrest area of the community, and I like your vision, is that, wouldn't it be nice to come back in 2 years and say, this is where people actually, going to put a stake in the ground and say, this is where I need to head there, right?
Yeah.
Again, all indicators of other things that would take place underneath. Good. Next, Tracy.
Skipped me, that's okay. Downtown, as these guys know, it's a pet peeve of mine. I drive through it every morning to check what's going on and keep track of the projects. I think that's important. Someone who's been here the entire life, 60 years, yeah, it's extremely important. Airport, pet peeve, again. I'd like us to see us better marketing. I'd like to see us better market the city as a whole.
Okay,
on
good.
what is extremely important to the city. NIU and the city join together in marketing efforts. I've heard that over and over again, and then continue that on to the airport as well. And not so much on roads, surprisingly, but I've heard a lot about trees. And I think
okay.
my public works friends will know that's what I've been hounding them the most about. So a reenactment of a tree program, and that goes along with Caroline said, clean up the town, I guess, in that way. So I'll quit before I go on too long.
No, very good. And the airport, and over the years, some of my other work in the city, familiar with the airport activities, and I like the urban canopy, as we call it, the urban forestry. What you call a good windstorm, every public works director would tell you, is, it's the Lord's tree trimming program. But our objective is not to have those come down if we can, keep that urban forestry in good health. And it relates to quality of life and all kinds of other things, so good. All right, coming this way. Thanks.
Growth in intergovernmental cooperation and sharing of resources.
Good.
And to dovetail Professor Thurmeyer, we would love to see a quantity of single-family housing starts. So we need to find out, why are people moving to DeKalb and why are people leaving DeKalb?
Okay. All right, good. So intergovernmental cooperation and sharing and consolidation, and that's something certainly we hear often, but right here specifically at NIU and in our department, something of interest on a research and other promotional level. And I think this idea, single-family home starts and just the movement, right, of your community. Who's coming and who's maybe not deciding to stay. And I think all that's information that's going to make you a little more informed when you try to make some of these choices and decisions. Good. Thanks.
So it makes it hard to go last.
The hardest job.
It is. So I would agree, actually, with the majority of the comments. In terms of economic development, what I would like to see, instead of just development for development's sake, let's accept any, whoever wants to come build in the city and build additional subdivisions and things like that. One of the things I'm concerned with is the future payment that we'll have to, it's going to cost us to maintain all those services and things. So I would love to have, in 2 years, a plan that is the vision of the city council, is the vision of the community, that this is really, we don't just want to have 50 new subdivisions or 3 new industrial parks. What we really want to have is X, Y, and Z. We want to build in this area. We want to grow at a sustainable rate. I don't believe that the infrastructure we have right now, it doesn't feel very sustainable at the current level of funding that we have available. So for me, it would be, I would love to see all the stores downtown, but I would love to see more a plan to get there. That
Okay.
everybody, we've shared the vision, we've got buy-in from the community, and that we have a plan that we're working towards, because we seem to hopscotch every once in a while around the community. But I agree with the majority of what everybody has said has been, who would not want to see that when you come to the
Right.
community.
Well, that's good to hear, and I think that thank you for being the cleanup hitter around the council, which is not an easy spot to sit in, but you have the benefit of the perspective. So a lot of what's been expressed, seems agreeable, and things that many people have talked about and expressed. But I think you kind of hit one of the important ingredients here as well. How do we keep that going, and how can we sustain it financially? And do we have a plan for that? And again, that goes back to a couple of things. Forecasting, having meetings like this, knowing where you're headed, but then being able to do some analysis and say, well, what are the trends telling us? And it takes a little rolling up the sleeves, but I think, again, it'll pay off. Mr. Mayor.
It's interesting, I know that while Tony has been our cleanup for the council, and I do want to hear what the Finance Advisory Committee members say, it's interesting that here we have 7 members of our council and the mayor. None of us directly said public safety, a safer community. And I believe we have a safer community now than we did a year ago, 2 years ago. But it's still one of the issues that I think we need to continue to address. So I'd like to see a safer community in 1 or 2 years.
I appreciate the comment, and I'll probably have my colleagues will smile when I start to make this. So I've always said to every police chief and every fire chief I've ever worked with in any community, when we do this kind of planning, you may or may not hear your department mentioned specifically. And it's not because the people around here in the room don't think your role is important. I usually feel that that's an indication that you're doing a pretty good job, and that there's a baseline there's an assumption built into those comments, right? And generally, if you're going to hear something about a department or that kind of service specifically, it usually doesn't surface until someone feels there's been some kind of degradation in that. So I appreciate you saying it out loud, though, because I think, that is such an important part of every community, right? Coming home and being safe and feeling safe. So to the heads of those departments, don't feel left out. We hear this in a lot of retreats, but it's not because they don't think about you. It's that you're probably doing pretty good. But I think it's important to put it up here because it's so much of what we all kind of express we want. All right. So thank you. And advisory board. Dr. Peddle, would you mind starting?
First one is to more aggressively fund and consider the pension liabilities of the city.
Okay.
Second of all, restore competent and professional management of the city.
Okay. All right. So kind of aggressively hitting the pension obligations that the city has, and then talking about the overall management and approach to running the city's administrative and structure. Okay. All right. Who on the advisory board would like to go next? Okay.
I would put some kind of master plan between NIU and DeKalb. Obviously, how NIU goes, DeKalb goes, and I think they need to have a better working relationship. I know they have one, but there's still a feeling of an attitude, and I think they need to start intentionally looking at what are we doing, and maybe include Kish with that too. Because
okay.
Part of the mix. And so this is a more attractive. We know it doesn't have to be this way. U of I and ISU have slowly developed, continued to increase their populations. The other one would be pension obligations and, frankly, roads. I think our roads are in terrible, and I hear it from a lot of people. So.
Okay, so a master plan and some kind of a view of how we're going to, work together as two parts of the community, the university and the
For
city.
the enrollment, yeah, and it can be done, you know, if they visit other communities. I always bring up ISU, if they went down there, I think if you look at what they did down there between the downtown and the university, it very much is, feels like they're one and the same. You don't
Mhm.
have that difference.
Mhm.
And I think some of it's cultural too, from the university's
Yeah.
perspective, you know, they have to own.
Right. Very good. And then, you know, infrastructure and roads, same, you know, again, it's an ongoing, never-ending issue, but the one thing I've learned from all the engineers I've ever worked with, that stuff we put on or in the ground doesn't get any younger. And when it gets time to fix it, yeah, the longer it degrades, then the dollars required are more. Okay, thank you. Bye.
If I were coming back in several years, I would want to see a new structure for the city, a new department in charge of business and industrial development. I think, and also personal housing development. My theory is that you cannot cut your way to success, you have to grow. You
Okay.
grow or you die. And I think the city needs to be out there touching all current occupants and business people. It's too expensive to bring in new people. You need to touch your old people and help them grow would be the most efficient way. And resulting in all that, I think the development part has been fractured. It's in a lot of different hands. I'd almost see a department, you know, just like the fire and police and all, to be out there. If you haven't touched your citizens and business owners in 30 days, I think it's a mistake. You need to get out there and do it. Even if you go door to door, I don't care.
Okay, so what I hear there is a mix of economic development, but business retention and growth from what's here, as well as that trying to attract the new. Okay, and then you see that perhaps one of the ways to do that is that you'd have a very specified unit responsible for that. Okay,
Exactly.
all right.
Excellent.
All right, to this side, thank you.
Okay, does this sound level all right?
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Okay. I think the most important thing would be to strengthen, raise the tax base, not the rate, but the tax base for property taxes.
Okay.
And to do it strategically so that you get the biggest bang for the buck.
Okay.
So, I may be wrong, but I'm thinking that to do that strategically, it would be through expansions such as the industrial parks down south of town. If you have more money coming into the coffers, you can get more police cars, you can hire more police officers, you can get better equipment for the fire department, you can fix the roads, and you can stop stealing money from the general fund to fund the pensions. You
Okay.
can cover the pensions with property tax.
Okay. All right. So, no, I think it's a good point of view to share too, is that, in a lot of the comments here, when the tax base grows and is healthy, a lot of good things come from it. Another saying, high tide floats all boats, right? So if you're able to build the tax base, it's probably an indication of a lot of the other things we've talked about today, but then it's going to give you more opportunity to take those dollars and put them where your needs and priorities are. And that all kind of feeds together, but a growing tax base versus the other direction is always going to be in your advantage. So, okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I too would echo a lot of the comments that have already been made. The NIU factor is critical. The stabilization of that school is a big driver to the community. The look of the community, it's been mentioned a couple times, is what does the community look like if someone's going to come and invest $250,000 in a new home? What does it take to get that person here? School outcomes.
Okay.
District 428, school outcomes and stabilization of that system is essential to be able to draw any kind of growth on housing. you know, every community is going through this exercise. Every community is going to compete for that same growth, that same company, that same plant. So how do you differentiate DeKalb as the place to put that particular investment, right? You're competing with Indiana, Wisconsin, Iowa, and
Correct.
Sycamore, and every other community that has the same list on their board, right? So the identification of a master plan that uses our competitive advantages would be essential in my mind. Vibrant code enforcement. I would like to see a vibrant code enforcement in 2 years. Cleaning up this community. You've got existing people leaving, and if you talk to them, someone asked about why do they leave. I know a couple examples of people I've talked to. They don't see the attractiveness in the community any longer. It's declining. We've got cars parked on the front lawn all over town, that sort of thing. So development of a strong and vibrant code enforcement. And the other thing is that I think the community doubts the efficiency of a city government. And when I say efficiency, is where's our dollar go? How do we know, how do you know that we are effective and efficient without comparing us to other communities as to why they can pay their bills and we can't? So if you can help us identify comparative advantages and cost efficiencies, that would be helpful.
All right. Well, a lot of good thoughts there, and I think, is there anyone else from the advisory committee? I think that's everyone around the dais, so to speak. So I think you captured a lot of things here. One is, what is that helps build that tax base? Well, it's the attractiveness. And other people have talked about the marketing, the branding, again, things that we hear commonly. I was smiling inside when you said, well, other communities have lists just like this. I'll tell you, there's some ideas on here that we have heard before. I guess I would put it that way. And you are in a competitive environment, and that's something so different than when I did my training in the early 80s in the business. I think we talked about economic development twice in 2 years. I mean, just talked about it. There was no class. But today we understand it's what feeds everything else, right? And so what makes an attractive community? Quality of life, safety, schools, attractiveness of private properties, attractiveness of commercial properties. And I've done work in other communities that have tackled the code enforcement issues. And, they're not easy, but I have seen communities where they have made a difference. You come back in a couple of years, and it looks different. Now, to get there, Mr. Nicholas knows, it's going to take some effort, but I think it all feeds into this general idea is what's going to make people want to be here, because it all feeds into that general tax base, and that's kind of what's going to help feed your revenue. So, all good thoughts. Anyone else from the advisory committee? Anything you want to, you heard someone else and want to add to that? Okay, so I'm going to turn to the city manager now, and we would like to see, at least from the executive team, some ideas. And I think what would be helpful to the group here is for you to put the perspective on what would be important to see specifically related to your function. I know you have thoughts about the community in general, and we wouldn't completely prohibit those. And the manager and the assistant are in a little different posture, but for the other departments, what's your general thoughts? What are some things that you have here? And maybe there's things already on the list that would comment and fit what you have. Mr. Manager.
You're looking at me.
I
It
am.
might be more polite for me to defer to the other members of the executive team and speak last, but if you want me to speak now.
No, you have the floor. You can yield to your
Yeah.
colleagues and come back at the end.
I think we ought to, and then I'll have some comments at the end.
Okay. So, executive team people, you're kind of scattered around. It's your turn.
Ray is over there, if you want to start over there, and then.
You ready up in the second row?
So as my role as Assistant City Manager, my focus is internal service delivery, finance, human resources, IT. So what I want to see in the next year or two is a better definition of what smaller government means. We keep
Okay.
talking about smaller government, and I think at this point, the only thing we've done is really have fewer employees. So now that we have smaller government, what comes along with that? What are
Okay.
the services we're no longer providing or providing in a different way to align with the number of people we have to provide those resources?
Okay, so something that would be helpful is some clarity on how those things actually translate into the real three-dimensional execution of administration, right?
Correct. And then the other thing I would add, and this goes towards the public safety discussion, and I'll include a third department in the public safety conversation, and that's Public Works, because there's a public safety component to the work that they do. And that's better service delivery through adequate staffing and better fleet and equipment.
Okay. All right, so, and generally, in local government world, we call them the big three: police, fire, public works. None of us would get anywhere if we couldn't be on the streets. And just think about a nice January day. If you could not get out of your driveway, there's not a whole lot of economic activity or other things to take place. All right, so public works, staffing, the design, and then the equipping, what it takes to get the job done.
Good morning.
Morning.
John Donahue, I'm the city attorney here, and I've been in this spot for a couple months. And one thing that I think you have that's really unique is NIU. That's a competitive edge you have that other communities don't have. So what I think would be important would be to have a laser focus on how do you integrate and mesh NIU with the village and the downtown, like I believe this gentleman said right here. I mean, if you bring the people bring their money, and that benefits the city. So that, I think, for me, would be a desire and a focus to see how do we plan and get to that better integration between NIU and the city.
Okay, good. So you're putting a little bit of a global part of that ingredient. Again, it feeds so many of these other elements. It has an impact. Okay, thanks.
I'm Matthew Rose, one of the assistant city attorneys. Just to echo what John said.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Matthew Rose, one of the assistant city attorneys. Just to echo what John had said is that the NIU community provides more or less a captive population that is a economic benefit to the city. People have talked about increasing the coordination, but one of the things that you need to do to retain the student population and bring other people here is to shift the kind of the economic focus towards the having, I forget the way to frame it, but it's the model of where people need to be getting their entertainment value, their non-Amazon economic opportunities from the actual city in the downtown area,
Okay.
and so on and so forth. So, some of the uses that have recently come in, like the pub, is those types of destination events are what need to kind of be marketed towards, I think, the mixing the university population and the downtown population. So.
Okay, I think it's a good point, and part of your comments also made me think of, it's kind of like the tail on the comet, is you can get those people to come and train here and then stay here, that generates a whole nother economic set of activities, and we know some of the other communities in Illinois that have state universities, that is part of that ingredient. Not only people come and train, but then they stay, they may start a business, and then who knows from there. And then the whole, how our quality of life is centered on, not everything can be done over the iPhone or your iPad, and right, what gives people a chance to enjoy their quality of life here, and that's entertainment or activities or events and so forth. Okay. All right. Come over here. Hello, staff. I'll share my microphone.
As airport manager, I'd really like to see the airport become self-sufficient in a couple of years. We're getting closer every day, but that would be a great goal to have. And the other thing is having the community be aware of the real economic impact of that airport out there, and I don't think they are. So we have to educate them why that airport's there and what it does for the city.
All right, it's certainly part of your economic differences.
Dan Olson, the principal planner for the city. It's kind of mentioned before, but an updated land use, comprehensive land use plan. The one we have is from 2005, and we've had a few sub-area plans since then, but an updated overall plan would be good. And also, good to see the redevelopment in the Greek Row area by Hillcrest and Blackhawk. Something, a new type of development, commercial, would be great to see in a couple of years up there.
Jeff McMaster, Fire Chief. Since starting here 24 years ago, call volume has gone up 100% for the fire department, over 100%, and our staffing is still the same. We need a staffing plan for the fire department, and for the city overall, a capital replacement plan, which we have none. Our equipment is old. So fire service is very hands-on, and we need to work on replacing all of that. I'd like to also echo the sentiment for vibrant code enforcement. All levels, all economic levels of housing in the city need to be clean and safe for all people. And I think that's something that we really can work towards.
Thanks.
John Petrogallo, Police Chief. From a police perspective, reduction in crime, obviously we would love to see. But to take it a step further, I think we got to concentrate on reducing the fear of crime and the perception of crime. I think that's very important, especially to attract others to our community. And I think we do that by not only celebrating our successes in some of the cases that we work and the community engagement that we do, but also marketing. We need to market ourselves a little bit better. And I would echo what the Assistant City Manager had said, staffing and fleet is a key component to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Brian Favor, the Assistant Public Works Director. I would echo what some of the other council members had mentioned along with staff. Roads, obviously, from Public Works perspective, I couldn't agree more that we need to have additional funding for that. Each year that we let that go by, there's only so much pothole patching that we can do, and each year it gets worse, and it puts a extremely tough burden on our staff to try to keep up with that, especially after a winter that we just had. The fleet, obviously, our equipment, probably more than in any department, has reached its the end of its useful life, so there's a lot of equipment that needs to be replaced. I'm encouraged by that the roads were put as a high priority, it seemed, by many council members. I think if you go through the Elwood neighborhood and you see what was done in that neighborhood last year, this year with the Joanne Islandwood Golfview, if you go through that neighborhood here in another week or two, with the water main replacement that we did, street maintenance, sidewalk improvements, curbs. It's kind of a comprehensive maintenance program as opposed to just a patchwork, and I think that's important too, in providing what some of you had mentioned as a feel or a fresh look to the community. And so hopefully we can continue to improve upon that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess one of the things I would just add on the summary of some of the staff's views, some were already raised in the earlier comments. We talked about fleet, we talked about capital, we talked about roads, talked about service, quality of life, safety, and other elements. And so, a lot of these are all related, and I think everyone listening can see how there's common threads through all of these. The most common thread being we have to find a way to finance all this stuff, right? And so good place to start and good way to start. I'm going to just defer back to the mayor for a minute, and then any wrap-up comments. And then we want to get you into the next. Oh wait, Mr. Nicholas. Yes, that's right. You asked to back clean up, and then
It's all right.
yeah. See, your
It's all
staff did such a good job. So you have the microphone.
They did. Everyone's done a good job. Covered a lot of ground here. We've got a mountain of ideas, but they pare down to a few things, and we'll wrestle with some of those through the day. I telegraphed some of my principal concerns just in the creation of the agenda. It's not that subtle. But I also, in that process, like everyone else, it's very easy to get immediately down into the weeds. And the lawn is getting higher from a code enforcement standpoint and otherwise. So I think our job today and my job every day is to keep in mind what the main thing is. And if I asked that question again, and we don't have time for it, I think it would be interesting to see what people say the main thing for government to be focused on is. I think that would be interesting. And I really like what Kurt said at the beginning. Let's find out what we have a pretty good idea, but we haven't scientifically tested our assumptions to see what our public, the people we serve, the reason we're here, what they think the main thing is. I would hazard this couple guesses here. One is that when given the choice, they would rather not connect with government at all. I see it every day. And Bob is talking about connecting. I'm out every day, touching businesses, touching restaurateurs, touching customers, touching people I don't know who come up and where is this and why isn't that? So that's a concern of mine every day. The basic things that people want are to feel safe. And they know that there are city services that will help them feel safe. The police, the fire, and the public works departments, as you said, are the ones that people think about. Code enforcement is something that's out there, and if you ask people, well, where is that housed at City Hall? I don't know. But all I know is my neighbor's got a car on the lawn, 2 houses down. It looks like there's a hoarder who's got all of his belongings out on the front porch. That drives down my value of my property and so forth. So there are those essentials. And then don't we want people to want to visit us? And some people have touched on that. What makes it comfortable and appealing to come to the city of DeKalb? One last thought, and I'll stop. Maybe 2 weeks into my tenure, I was making the rounds, visiting with all of our established commissions and committees, and also some private associations that we connect with. I was meeting with the Building and Development Association, which includes realtors, builders, developers, and so forth. And it just happened on a regular order of business that day. They were talking about business fees and so forth. And is the city of DeKalb considering lowering its cost of doing business, of building a house and so forth? And I said, well, I haven't had time to think about that, but that's a matter we should consider every year. Where are we? How do we compare with other communities? But I asked the question, why is it that people aren't building more houses in this town? Is it because we charge too much for the building fee? It's not. And we've waived impact fees, most local taxing bodies have. What is it about it? It could be, part of it, that they don't like wrestling with the bureaucracy here at City Hall, which there's a bureaucracy at every City Hall, but some of it is easier to deal with and people smile a little bit more and you can get to what you need to know quickly. It could be that. It could be the way that we talk about ourselves. There's a lot of negativity in this town. A lot. More than I've ever noticed. That has an effect. Why should I go there? It doesn't seem like a very friendly place. One of the businesses that the mayor and I and a few others around here are working with to try to land in those southern business parks noted, we really like a lot of things about DeKalb. You got great power, you got a great location, you're near the tollways, you've got plenty of good water at good pressure, you got the sanitary, and you got all the rest of that. But you don't seem to like each other very much. And we're going to move a lot of people here who are going to have to find homes in this area. So why should they come? So I'm just going to leave us with that question, because we can, all of us, we have a lot of brain power in this room. We can find ways to balance the budget eventually. We can find ways to fix our streets, and we're not alone in this, my gosh. We'll do it. But what about this other stuff? What about the culture that we present to people?
Good point, Mr. Mayor.
And I've said on numerous occasions, if the mayor of the city of DeKalb cannot be the biggest cheerleader for his community, then who can be? And Bill, to your point, we have talked with a number of folks, not only those, as Bill alluded to, in our industrial park, but also a couple of significant potential players in our downtown area. I've been here for 58 years. I love this community. I chose to run as mayor when I was retired because I love this community, and I will continue to do that. So, to Bill's point, we need to celebrate our successes. We need to admit our shortcomings and work together as we are today. I just cheated while you were talking, and I said to Alderman McAdams, this is going great. What did you say?
That we were.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, to Bill's point, yeah, let's look at our positives. Let's admit where we can really make some improvement. And we're well along that line, so thank you, Greg.
How are we doing time-wise, Greg?
We're a little behind, but we know how to step on the gas. I was going to make one quick reply to the mayor's comment and to the managers. So that what you're talking about is the intangibles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I love the way the city manager presented it. He said, look, we roll up our sleeves, we work hard enough, there are solutions. They're not saying they're easy, but there are ways to do things. But it's the intangibles. But I just want to share with you that, I had an opportunity to serve on the Proudly DeKalb committee and represent part of the university team on that. We worked through a couple of years of meetings. And you know what? Look, I grew up in south of Ottawa, Illinois. If you go down Route 23 far enough, you're going to get within about 3 miles of our family farm. We've been there since 1881. DeKalb's been in my orbit my whole life because I'm a kid from here, And we know about DeKalb, but I so enjoyed working on that Proudly DeKalb committee and the energy that was created during that effort. And I just still see the logo around, and when the ladder truck had the thing on it and all these other things. It really made me feel good. And that's the kind of infectious stuff that can happen. And that was all good. And I just wanted to share with you that, I certainly appreciated being involved with that effort, and that's part of this intangible thing. So, all right, so the manager asked, are we on time? No, we're not. I apologize. But here's what we want to do. We want to break you up into groups, and I'm thinking with the amount of people around here today, I'm going to suggest we go into 4s, because there's 4 corners of the room. That's probably the easiest way. Gina's going to hand out an exercise we're going to ask you to do. So you're going to have the opportunity to get up, move. You can take a break, run to the restroom real quick, all at the same time. But here's the assignment. And go ahead, Gina, and send them around. So this exercise is something I found in a trainer's book, 20 years ago now. And believe it or not, the first time I ever used it was where? In Ottawa. So how crazy of a hometown kid to give this to a group of people to work on something. It's proved to be very valuable. So you have some open-ended questions in front of you that we want each of the groups, we're going to split you up into 4, to respond to. All right, Gina, can I just grab one real quick so I can read these out loud? All right, so your assignment is, first, come up with a group name. All right, we're going to give you a flip chart sheet, and we need you to write the team's responses. I'll tell you more about the process in a second. But we want you to fill in answers from the team's perspective on these questions. This is completely open interpretation. First question, we want to blank, but blank. Number 2, The two most important things to focus on are blank and blank because. 3, if it weren't for blank, we would blank. 4, we need to finally blank. And 5, blank will have the biggest impact on our future in the next 2 to 3 years. All right, so we'll get you counted off, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we need to have you just head in different corners of the room, find a place, some chairs, move them around. We'll get you some flip chart pads. So the question we are asked often about this exercise is, well, Greg, how should we do it? It's up to you. It's up to the group. If you want to sit down and have some quiet time, everybody fill out answers and then jump in and talk, fine. You know, if you'd like to take the IKEA box apart and just throw the parts on the floor and put stuff together, hey, you can just start answering these. You can start at number 3 if you like. I don't know. It's up to you. But here's what we're going to time you on this, and that's how we're going to kind of keep things moving here. I think we're going to give you 20 minutes as a group to come up with a consensus set of answers, and then we need a spokesperson to report out for the team. All right? So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4 count-offs, and let's start around the dais. Lynn, if you don't mind, you want to be a 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. 1. Staff. 2, 3, 4. 1. Oh, right. 2. All right, I think that's everybody. Okay, now here's we're going to have a little exercise in leadership. Someone needs to decide for each group, hey, 2s, we're over here. 3s, we're over here. We'll make sure you get a marker.
I can do that.
All right.
4.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. At 10:34, we want all the groups to kind of be ready to go.
How about this, Carolyn? 1, back in that corner, back where our management analyst, Jason Blumenthal, is sitting. 2, back there behind Chief Petrogallo. 3, back in this area near our city clerk, Lynn Fazekas. And 4, right over in this area. Does that make sense? And for those of you watching this telecast, it's going to be a little disjointed here for the next 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all right. We revel in dessert.
Okay, if the groups could finally find their way back to their chairs, and we'll turn it back over to Greg for his leadership on determining what we do with the groups.
We're going to read these out. So I see there's people, the scriveners. Remember all handwriting is graded?
I got the one.
What? You like that? That's obviously several months old.
Into the trophy stage, huh?
Oh, no, we're beyond that.
So as Group 2 completes its work back there, and before I turn it back over to Greg, our schedule indicates that we want to take about maybe a 10-minute break at about 11:10, 11:15. Greg, I don't know if that will allow you enough time to review each and every one of the 4 breakout groups. I would ask all of us, would you like a formal 10, 15-minute break at about 11:15?
Okay.
Okay, good. So Greg, if you can somehow take that under
That's our
advisement
target?
and see what we can do, okay?
Sounds good. Great. All right, I think they just finished up. All right, so here's what we want to do. We're going to report out, and while they're migrating, we do this in a very non-scientific manner. Usually if there's a couple of boards over here ready to go, you get to go first. But we want is the spokesperson for each group to report out the results of your response to the open-ended questions and surrender or lead. And then, as you'll see, we will compare the responses as we go across all the different groups. So, Gina, do you want to, do you mind flipping them over? I'm not sure which one is first.
The last go first.
All right, the last go first.
Terrific twos.
All right, terrific twos. You want to raise your hands real quick just to have an idea who we got? All right, hello, thank you, terrific twos. All right, who's going to be the spokesperson who wants to read out your results from the exercise?
Let's go, gentlemen. We don't have all day.
All right, council member?
Sure. Number 1, we want to grow but responsibly.
Good, good. We're going to ask you to fill in. We'll let you go through all of them, and we'll ask you a little follow-up.
Sure. 2, the 2 most important things to focus are on image and growth.
Good.
Because we want to reverse the trend.
Ah, okay. Yeah, complete. You took 2 and made it a complete thought. Good.
Number 3, if it weren't for Illinois pensions and image, we would be growing.
Ah, okay. So you see those as significant hurdles.
Yes.
Okay.
Number 4, we need to finally step up.
Ah, okay. I'm going to return to that one in a minute, and give us your last.
And number 5, returning to growth will have the biggest impact on our future in the coming 2 to 3 years.
Good. Excellent. All right, before questions, let's give them a hand. Terrific twos, I like the name. You know, anyone that's ever been a parent also knows terrible twos or the other alliteration that comes off.
That's right.
So, anyway, all right, so tell us just a little bit about the dynamics, anyone from the group at all, but we'll have council member start first. How did the conversation go?
Gosh, it really focused on how do we responsibly grow? Is it image, and is that image a reality or a perception? And I think that, again, back to Professor Thurmeyer, I think once we know more from our citizens, our business owners, why did they locate here? Why did they leave? I think that will lead us to those solutions that we can create.
Okay, good. Anyone else from the group want to add? I have one other follow-up question for you. Number 4 is such an interesting answer. A lot of it, we get to see these from a lot of groups. So tell us what step up, how you guys define step up.
I can defer to others if they like, but stepping up, things like we talk about our roads and our pension obligations, our services. How do we establish what our cost of services are, and then what is that funding model over the long term that will allow us to plan to satisfy those needs and services? We look at things year to year, and we don't really seem to be satisfying those in the community when it comes to the condition of our roads.
Okay.
So we've done the studies, we know what the costs are, we just simply need to lay out a funding model to accomplish that work. First, we have to take many years to catch up to the work, but then going forward, how do we make sure that that funding exists so that we don't fall behind again?
Okay. So a lot of context and depth there, but what I hear in all that is step up it's the action part, right?
Yes.
It's putting it on, putting it out there, and so forth. Okay.
Excuse me, just
Yes,
one other
please.
comment about step up. One of the other comments made was grow up.
Oh.
We toned it down to step up.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Tom. Thank you.
So that was the motivational part of that, right? And inspirational, both. Okay. Next, Gina, what do we have next? Thanks, Shannon. Okay, the Dream Team. They already had, look, I see T-shirts being printed already.
I'll speak for us.
Okay.
So yeah, we call ourselves the Dream Team because we had an awesome group. I know everyone here is an awesome group, but it felt like the Dream Team right away. So we said that we wanted to grow, but sustainably, which is actually very similar to Group 2. We said the most important things to focus on are safety and economic development because they are integral to quality of life.
Good.
If it weren't for lack of positive self-image, we would unite for progress.
Okay.
Which we really like that idea, the unification aspect of that. We said that we need to finally take responsibility for our future, which also was very similar to Group 2's Step Up concept. I thought that was really cool. And last, we need community leadership without fear will have the biggest impact on our future in the coming 2 to 3 years.
Okay. Well, let's have some discussion, but first, nice job. Dream Team. That may be a registered trademark. I'm not sure.
Sorry.
But I like it. Really good. Okay, so just a couple things specifically to your group, and then already I'm just going to point to things some of us already saw and you commented on. This idea about let's focus on safety and economic development, and because it creates quality of life. So you kind of identified that as the core ingredients to making that happen. One, you need economic vibrancy, et cetera, but we also want to feel safe wherever and whenever we are.
Yeah, the group sort of came up with that, but what I thought was really interesting about it is it's basically just, basic hierarchy of needs. You can't have economic development and growth and higher level thriving and success without basic safety needs being met. So.
Okay, good. Very good. All right, and now you can see already, there are some similarities, almost square on, between just two groups already. So, very good, thank you for that, and poor Gina's trying to keep that up there before it all falls apart. All right, thanks, Shannon. All right, next.
Team Husky.
All right. Team Husky, who's the spokesperson?
Over here.
Okay. Thank you.
So we want to fix the streets, but we have limited funds.
Okay, good.
The two most important things to focus on are the tax base and economic development.
Okay, another similarity?
If it wasn't for past leadership decisions, we would be in a better financial situation.
Okay, all right, good.
And we need to make the hard decisions financially and with our programs.
Okay.
Very similar.
I'm seeing similarities.
Yeah.
And public support of the vision of the city is going to be the biggest.
Okay, that's a good one too. A little different take on things. Unite for Progress, I think, could almost be in that same vein. But this is a we business, right? Not an I business, and the whole community's got to come along with it. So, nicely done. Well, Huskies, by the way, raise your hand just so we have an idea who's on the Husky group. Okay, all right. Well, let's give them a hand. One thing I do know is NIU does have the Husky trademark, so you have to use a different version of the dog. There are plenty out there. How about just general conversation on the group? How did your conversation go, and how hard or easy was it to come to these fill in the blanks?
I felt it was pretty easy to come to the different decisions. Again, some of the things for at least myself being an elected person, part of the council, is the decisions, again, of the past are really what put you in the situation that we're in today. There was a choice by, maybe it wasn't so much a choice, but it was the way things were, but there was a choice to freeze spending on road repair and on capital and things like that. And part of the reason maybe for that choice was the situation the city was in. Again, another choice that put the city into the financial position that they were in. And so our step up moment, or our, become leaders and make those decisions is, with public support, that could be through the survey, but again, it's creating that, I feel, and the team felt, creating the vision for that support that, okay, we're in a bad situation. We can't support every program. We have to make the tough decision on what will we support, what will we not support. And as long as the public supports that and has that vision, I think we can do just about anything.
Cool, good. Thank you. All right, our last sheet and last set of answers, what group is this?
That was an epic failure on the name.
You don't want that.
We jumped right into it. My chicken scratch is also.
Ray, would you like us to
failure.
write that at the top?
Action-oriented, how about that?
So we want to sustainably grow, but hurdles exist.
Okay.
The two most important things to focus on are economic development and perception of the city, because those are all tied to safety and schools in particular.
Good, good.
Number 3, can you flip for me, Gina? I think we had 2 pages. Number 3, if it weren't for our historical pension funding methods, we would be better off financially.
Okay.
Number 4, we finally need to execute ideas.
That is amazing.
Good.
Okay, good.
And number 5, increasing our tax base will have the biggest impact on our future in the coming 2 to 3 years.
All right. Another good list. How about it for the incredibly epic something? Good thoughts. All right, so who's in the group, by the way? The Epics, okay, all right. So generally, let me ask the same question. How was your conversation? How did it flow and go, and did you come to these pretty quickly, or were there some ideas you had to leave behind?
I think for the most part, everyone was on the same page. We sort of went with the throw ideas against the wall model.
Okay.
And everything that was coming from different members in the group were really all along the same lines, and there were clear themes, and it was just refining those. So, you know, the discussion about economic growth, but that being sustainable, perception was a clear theme that came out in a number of those points. So I think everyone was very much on the same page. You know, people tend to lean in certain directions when it comes to, you know, root causes and things like that, but very much themes emerged very quickly.
Good, good. Anybody else from the group? All right, so before we jump in, I'm going to ask Gina to maybe grab a colored marker and we'll go look at the boards, but I just want your impressions of what you heard from each other. And then, if you don't mind, on that quick, we call instant feedback, I'll give you some ideas I think that we see. But generally from the group, what did you hear from each other as we went through, Mr. Mayor?
The one, I don't know if the word is the same, but perception of ourselves,
Yep.
perception from the outside, image, that
Yep.
word was used quite a bit by a lot of the groups.
Yep.
And so those are a couple of things that struck me in terms of the unanimity
Yep.
between the four groups.
Good. Others, Bill?
Sustainable growth.
Okay, growth.
Yeah.
Sustainable growth.
All
I think
right,
was common.
sustainable growth rather than just
Yeah, that word was used by
topsy-turvy.
two groups, I think, sustainability, yeah.
Yeah, and that hit, and it either was said directly or implied by almost every group. What else do you see? Yes, Bob?
I too was struck at how much you were really talking about image, although we used several different names for it. And also, we didn't talk much about NIU up there. How could that be?
Yeah.
Right. Unless it gets folded into those other ingredients, but that's a good point. That's a good point. Others? Yes.
Execution or actually
Yes.
taking the action, it's always easy to do the list making. We've had numerous, and some very good, including the strategic plan the city did in 15.
Right.
But actually executing and putting it into action.
Yeah, I would agree. I thought that was, clearly, every group had it in their thing. It may have even been, most of them were in response to question 4, but they were all up there. So sustainability, economic development, who else? Some things you see. Yes?
So it sounds like everybody's ready to do the work, regardless of what's happened in the past, but we're ready to step up and lead and do the work that needs to get done.
Yes, and I'll weigh in because it's timely. We get to hear a lot of groups go through this exercise, and generally, I have my colleagues as my testimonials here, but it's a good diagnostic. And the thing for us is we put you in 4 different groups or 5 groups or 3 groups, give you some open-ended questions and say, how are you looking at the world, right? The world you want to go to, the one you want to create, and what's kind of the hurdles between here and there. And we see so much of this similarities. Sometimes it's almost uncanny, but this number 4 that you just mentioned, I think for us as a group that gets to work with government leaders all the time, that's some powerful medicine that you just expressed to each other, is we want to get on with it, right? So that's I think a very healthy thing, and I think it's amazing that every group had it somehow in their answer. And to think about, fixing things, infrastructure, or let's address the problem. Pensions is up there from the groups, economic development, but perception, quality of life, safety, all that, again, in some ways it was an extension of those first statements as we went around, but this time you had a chance to share them in a small group. All right, yes, Mike.
And now we need our citizens, our residents, property owners, students, visitors to answer these same questions. So I think I'll stop dovetailing back to Professor Thurmaier, but I think that's ultimately critical as a guide for us as elected officials as to yes, we come up with these ideas, but we need that feedback from the city
Yeah.
itself.
I think there's real value in it. In fact, Kurt and I and many of us were at an event yesterday, and he pulled me aside and he talked about it because Gina was on that team of the study we did up in the Round Lake area, and the center does others like this. But here's what I've told a lot of groups like this. What is it about survey research? And we have other techniques we use too, focus groups, and I know those were used in the 2015 plan, et cetera. It's all about listening. Really what that's all about. The thing about the survey research is what we tell groups is that it allows you to go beyond the hunch. You all have hunches, everybody in this room, and you have pretty good radar. You're tied into the community, tied into different parts, and we all carry these hunches with us, and that's not bad. But wouldn't it be nice to know if that hunch was confirmed? And that's the power of that kind of data. So something to think about. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is we want to look at priorities, but what I want to promise, I'm going to beat the city manager, unless the mayor or anyone else has any comments to this exercise, was to allow you to take a break, and then we want to do a little bit of what we just started. What are some things that seem to be boiling up in terms of priorities? And then I think staff has some information they want to share, and I think we can get ourselves back on schedule here pretty closely. But I'll ask the mayor and the manager one more time, is there anything else you'd like to say at this point on what we've kind of covered?
No.
I don't believe so. I just want to reiterate, and I think perhaps it aligns ourselves with the printed agenda. We have gone through visioning, environmental scanning,
Yes.
and then you want to make our next session some of our priorities.
Right, we're
Is
going to
that-
pull it from this.
Pulling
And we
that.
just started it.
Are
Yeah.
you suggesting that we take the break now, Greg?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it'd be good. We
Very
can
good.
look at this a little closer. You can take a break, and then we'll get this next
Very
section.
good. Why don't we break and get back here at 11:10? Does that sound okay with everyone?
Yep.
11:10,
Excellent.
we will reconvene. Now, I'm told that we need to do this. I would entertain a motion to recess this meeting, this joint meeting of the council and the Joint Advisory Committee.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mike Peddle, our Finance Advisory Committee Chair, seconded by our Third Ward Alderman Tracy Smith, that we recess until 11:10. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are recessed until 11:10. Thank you.
that's what they
I now call this joint meeting of the DeKalb City Council and the Finance Advisory Committee to order after our recess. And I would like to ask our City Clerk, Lynn Fazekas, to call the roll call for both City Council and Finance Advisory, please.
Morris.
Here.
Fanouken. Smith.
Here.
Fagan.
Here.
McAdams.
Here.
Verbeck.
Here.
Favor.
Here.
Mayor Smith.
Here.
7 present for council. Finance Advisory, Peddle.
Here.
Higgerson.
Here.
Neely.
Here.
Parker. Parch.
Here.
Tarazinski.
Here.
5 present for FAC.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, getting back to this, again, just a point of order that I'm going to ask Greg and his fine entourage of assistants to move forward. And Greg, the way I understand it, we're going to try to break about noon or so for lunch.
Yes, so on the schedule you have and that we've worked out and planned out with staff, we're going to turn the floor over to staff here in a few minutes so that they have some information they want to share this morning. I think today's first is going to be on capital and infrastructure. How timely, how prophetic, I guess, in some ways. But no, it's something that staff has obviously been thinking about and council. All right, so what I want to do in this next kind of 10, 15 minutes, I promised Mr. Manager at most, I want to try to pull out from our conversation this morning things that jumped out at us, and we want your help to build this list too. So Gina and Shannon are over here, and we've been looking at the sheets and talking. So we want to just start to build a list, and this is all just a loose collection of ideas, right? Whether something's on the list first, second, fifth, doesn't matter at this point. What we want to do is start to take the benefit of your conversation and identify what are the things that seem to be recurring, what are the things that seem to be emerging as priorities. Again, knowing there's going to be more refinement. So just a few minutes before our break, we kind of went through the surrender or lead exercise and said, look what kind of popped up across the teams. So the idea about perception, image, marketing, branding, for us, those are words that we hear often. And it was so well said earlier this morning. Guess what? All the other people that are in your space are looking at the same things. But today, that's important on so many parts of being a healthy community. It's your perception of yourselves. It's people who want to come and move here, live here. It's businesses coming, staying here. And it's presenting yourself to the outside. All right. So that was another one. Sustainable growth. The idea about growth, and I want to kind of parse that out a little more as we take the next couple of minutes. But growth and adding to the community, tax base, businesses, residents, all that, I think we loosely collected in growth. This idea about execution, taking steps, moving forward, taking action, getting on with things, and committing is something that came across all 4 groups, and I mentioned to a couple of you during the break. We work with a lot of groups, and we don't hear this all the time. To say it out loud, it's a big deal. So that's certainly something about actions and action planning and developing plans is important. Pension funding. We're going to spend time today specifically on this afternoon. Everybody in the state of Illinois and everybody in any kind of government is talking about pensions, but in Illinois we have our own unique story because we've done it our own unique way, right? We are the land of local government. We have more local governments than any other state in the nation. But some of that, spilled over into trying to push decision-making down to lower levels, but other parts of that have also resulted in what turns out to be some of the financial story in Illinois and in DeKalb and any other community. Pension funding. All right. So here's some things that we noted. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask Gina to write these, but give me some nods, some yeses, some groans, some yeah, okay. Some other things we talked about today that aren't on this list yet from Surrender Lead. And that is the one that it's kind of implied in some of these, but that's infrastructure, right? It's been used, I think, in almost every conversation. I think at least half your staff used it. I think almost everybody around the table somehow referred to infrastructure. All right. The other thing that I see up on the list is we're talking about specific areas of development in specific parts of the town. So for the moment, there's commercial and there's residential development. All right. And then we could even split those out even further. But there was a lot of talk about downtown. And again, for us, the benefit that we have from our vantage point is there isn't a community we've worked in, I've worked in 25 years, that doesn't talk about their downtown. And we say, why? I mean, I'm not a sociologist, I'm a political scientist, but the thing is, what I have come to, we talk about this at the center a lot, what downtown means to so much of us, it's our identity. It is my town, and how it looks, and where I can go, and what I can do there. But it's so much of our identity, and it spills over into a lot of what else. But, you know, we also know what not a good downtown looks like, right? And how do any of us feel if you go to visit somewhere and you don't see a good downtown, right? A lot of things go through your mind. So downtown is a different kind of development than what you're talking about in the industrial park, right? That's a whole nother thing. So I think your industrial parks are part of your development story, at least that we heard. And then, you know, the thing about DeKalb is it also has these other little mini pockets of commercial activity, notwithstanding Sycamore Road. I mean, that's a whole different animal all by itself. But I guess we heard economic development in general, but you did identify, you see differences in the commercial area. Lastly was residential. And that ties back to, we talked about everything from schools, right? And we talked about lots, and we talked about, you know, what we call greenfield development, which is, you know, turning some of that beautiful DeKalb corn into space. And we also have redevelopment possibilities, et cetera. But residential was part of the story, and I think you're already seeing it. So what does residential in DeKalb, what's it going to look like, and what are you going to need to finance in terms of even residential downtown? It's a whole different residential model than building something on a half-acre lot or something else. So you have residential. Another thing I think that came up that I saw from this morning was this idea of, and it came up right before the break, well, what about the university? You know, what about, you know, your biggest other public partner in the community? And that, you take almost everything else on that list, and it has some little piece of each part of that story, but you are a university town, and it is part of what DeKalb is and how it's going to impact you. I think some other things that were kind of raised is this idea about planning. We talked about financial planning, trend planning, you know, and Dr. Soul and I were here a couple years ago, talked to the financial advisory group. Anything that has to do with planning. We talked about the comprehensive plan. You talked about it could be code enforcement, your zoning code, but I think generally planning is a priority, and I think in some ways planning can take it on the chin sometimes, because people say, oh my God, we're going to do another study. You know what? I think if there are any other words that are worse to be said in this room are, oh, we're going to suggest another study. It's not the study, it's what you do with it. But you have to have information. I think we all live in a world of, you know, we call data-driven decision-making. So I think you've kind of said out loud, hey, we need some plans, and some of it is the routine statutory required planning. And what we've seen in communities, after 2008, people looked at their comprehensive plans and said, you know, all those pretty things we had on that map, some of them are never going to happen probably. So I think planning is a good one. All right, I'm going to stop. If you've heard those comments, you look at the sheets, if you took notes of your own, what do you see that you think are priorities that need to be in the conversation, again, at this beginning stage? What's not on the list yet? And I'll ask Gina to write them. Anything missing? Yes.
Taxes.
Okay, taxes.
Where do we stand with taxes?
Okay.
How competitive are we with taxes?
Okay.
Where do we have room?
Okay.
Or additional sections.
So taxes/revenues or just taxes?
Taxes/revenue.
Revenue, okay. All right. Good, thanks. Somebody else, what else do we have on our list? We started today with those visions. What's missing in these categories? Here, can I offer one? Sorry. I'm just looking at that list and a couple jumped out. And some of your executive team around the room. I think core services. I think core services has to be part of this conversation. And all the years I've been doing this, including back to my early days, I know there's a lot of language and ideas we all share without saying them out loud. But I think the manager was good to point it out in some ways. In the end, here's my theory of civilization. If you can't drink it and you can't flush it, you cannot live in it. I mean, core services, why are we here? We need water, we need clean water to use, we have to get rid of the dirty water we just, put to good use. And the streets, the roads, public safety department. So somewhere in this mix, I think core services should be part of it. And it often goes unsaid because we kind of make this assumption. Well, they're just going to be here.
So as part of that, is that also the development of service level?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we should have a conversation at the end of the day.
I mean, it's one thing to say core, but to what level? Are we going to have new streets every 5 years?
Right.
Are we going to have, what's the level of expected service?
It's critical, and you people, the ones that need to determine that. I think, there's some best practices out there. I think there's some industry standards. An engineer can tell you this, that, or the other thing. Your public safety people can tell you what the standards are. But it's the decision makers that have to say, what is the level we desire? And we often use a crazy one. But I say, if your level of service in snow and ice removal, for example, is to take a truck and catch every snowflake before it hits the street, that's a big level of service. But if you're okay waiting 4 days until you can see bare pavement, that's a whole nother level of service. So, and it's really hard for staff to try to figure that out until you say it out loud. That's a good one. Anyone else? See if I can get this back to the manager quickly. Anything at all? Anything from the list, or you took a note and said, hey, it's not up there yet, Greg? Okay, this is not set in stone. As we go through the rest of the day, some other things will emerge, but I think we got a pretty good start on things. So.
Excellent.
Greg.
All right. I will, yes, one more point.
Schools. I don't know. I feel like
schools.
Needs to be
Okay.
on there.
Schools and how they fit into this whole quality of life. Yeah. Yeah, do you want to put schools in quality of life? Yeah, Shannon.
One thing that might be inherent but
Oh.
helpful. One thing that might be inherent but helpful just to have a visual sight is changing demographics and new offerings in the market, new products, new services in the market that would impact your changing demographics.
Okay, Jeannie, you want to put that up there? Okay. So a list, like all lists, to be built forward. Mr. Manager, it's all yours.
Thank you, Greg. This has been fun so far and very enlightening. A lot of good candor, insight, and I think I'm going to modify this last 35 minutes a little bit. I am going to stick to a quick walk through our capital, a snapshot of our capital, identified capital needs and where we are with the funding, which gives us, kind of puts it on the table what the sausage making is to the council as we get further along in the budget, and we actually have to talk specifically about these items. But for the purposes today, what I'd like to do is just throw this out and say, stay tuned, this is what we're going to have to do. And there are people watching, and they're wondering, are we thinking about infrastructure and capital? And we are. But then, when I'm done, we can see what I've thrown out, whether that can be covered by our focus on these high priorities. Is that agreeable to you?
Sure.
Otherwise, we were going to rush into lunch, and Bill's last comments were going to be some statistics on road pavement condition and so forth. Is that agreeable to you? All right. Okay, so let's take a quick ride around. I didn't mean that, but I guess we're talking about streets. We're talking about capital infrastructure first. So what most people are in tune with when it comes to their government, and what's the main thing, as Greg was saying, as I was saying earlier, is the operations that they see, the people that they see. The government is the people. And so when firemen and police officers and public works officials and code enforcement people are out and they're in the neighborhood, or they're engaging them in some incident, that's what they see as government. But they also know that government has something to do with the streets. They're not exactly sure whether that's township in our area, or the county, or the city. Mostly the city is going to get the call first. Do you know who repairs the streets in the Market Square subdivision? It's not the city, interestingly. Private developers. They're not doing it. But it does point up that we have a lot of areas around town that need attention. And nowhere on the list in my background, and in recent conversation over the last couple of years, has there been an alley improvement plan. And I have been drawn into our alleys more in the last couple of months by residents, and I'm appalled. If you think the roads are bad, drive some of the older alleys in some of the original parts of town, those parts of town that were built or remodeled or redeveloped up to and through the Second World War, which, by the way, is our downtown area, which we're talking about redevelopment in. And so that's how this focus started. But that's something we'll attend to in the next couple of months, I hope. We'll have to have something said about that. So we have a financial plan. We're in the second year of that financial plan. We've got 3 more years to go. I read it for the first time as a candidate for city manager in the late fall, and it's a good plan. Very detailed plan. A lot of work was done. Thank you to the council and the Finance Advisory Committee. I know did a tremendous amount of work on that. Talked about ways and means. Talks about things that need to be done, not just on the streets, but also in terms of the fleet that we have that travel the streets to get to the calls, to get to the trouble that we're hoping will be fixed. So I've taken you in a couple of pages through this current year, 2019, what we spent and what the sources were. So it's a sources and uses exercise. Slow me down or stop me if you want me to. You've read this. I'm not going to read it to you. One thing to point out when it comes to our streets, which is what we'll just dwell on for a few minutes, most of our street maintenance program in the year, and see Zach Gill just walked in, who's our city engineer. Hello, Zach. How are the streets today? All right? About the same. Losing ground a little bit. So our biggest source of revenue is our motor fuel tax money that we get from the state of Illinois. We budgeted $1.16 million. We had an opportunity, as the council was looking at prices for the resurfacing of North First Street, to go just a little bit into our reserve, and we do have a little reserve carryover from previous years, to do a job that would add years to that roadway. And it's done. And if we were to take a poll today, do you like North First Street, and would you like to see that everywhere? People would say yes. For the first time, I actually see asphalt. And it's not like mom's quilt, you know, of a lot of patches and holes and all the rest of that. There's actually 2 bike lanes on either side, or 1 on either side. Everybody loves it. It lasted 2 days, and we had our first water main to tear it up, but we're going to fix that. We own and maintain 130 centerline miles. That includes both ways. According to that financial plan, which was so meticulously done, we need to try to aim for a pavement rating, because now we're really in the woods. This is how we rate the condition of the roads, of 70 or better. And we've identified in the plan, and if anything, it's a little bit more than this, 25 miles of roads that need, and this is the word, immediate attention. So with all of this wonderful work on North First this year and some other smaller street stretches, we came up with 2.5 miles. 2.5. So we lost ground this year, even though we had some successes. And the story gets tougher as you look out. Our average expenditures to keep to that pace that's defined in our financial plan is about $3.7 million a year. And I don't think that's an understatement. I think that's a pretty modest projection. I'm looking at Brian Faber, and he's nodding his head. So we lost ground this year. The money this year was 1.2, and we were supposed to, so, you know, we're 2.5 million off. So let's look ahead. On that list, the wish list that the council has identified in recent years for the next things, and by the way, this is not locked in stone, it's all pending council review and approval and so forth, but we heard at a ward meeting last weekend, maybe one of the next long stretches of public streets should be 7th Street, and we probably ought to take it all the way from Lincoln Highway all the way up to Sycamore Road. Everybody's nodding. So, we put that on the list. That's about $350,000. And while we're at it, in that ward, in and around that ward, we probably ought to, it wouldn't be a total resurfacing, but why don't we do a pretty good job on North 13th and North 14th Street. To combine, that's another $400,000. Macomb Drive, so that's Macomb, excuse me, that's down, it's like DeKalb, and so Macomb Drive, down in our South Industrial Park, Park 88. Let's point out, we just went through and amended and redid the annexation agreement and the development standards, so to bring them up to speed. It had been 15 years, and they're in the eye of some pretty good prospects. If we don't land some of them in the next year and a half, if you're traveling the tollway and you're going past Route 47, you see where our competition is. It's right there. As long as they're still moving dirt and they're not paved, we're going to be the first choice, other things being equal. Once they're up and running, then it's tough. It's going to be tough. So it was mentioned that we ought to at least do some crack filling and some minor repairs down there. The trucks that are using it are rolling up the asphalt. So that's on there. It's modest, it's $100,000. We do some of that magic, some crack filling, and Zach specs it out so that it looks pretty new, but it's not new. And then, guess what else we spend annually out of our motor fuel tax? Salt. Got to have salt in Northern Illinois. We almost didn't have any for about 2 weeks in February, and actually didn't. And you can see the difference in that freeze-thaw time. Nobody was happy about it. $100,000 a year, that's modest. And then we have streetlights. People like streetlights. $450,000. So $550,000 out of the $1.6 million. That's a lot. It's a third. Bang. It doesn't do anything for the streets, but it makes them brighter and a little less ice prone. So our budget for next year, they're very provisional, and just for conversation, is 2.1 million, almost 2.2 million. We're still shy, well shy of 1.6 million roughly of the 3.7 million a year that we have to hit. That's our bogey, okay? Let me quickly move through the fleet. So it's very aged. Alderman Faber in Group 3 pointed out that we kicked the ball down the road, started doing that when everybody was reeling from the Great Recession of 2008, 9, 10, 11. Had to do, and we didn't have many other choices. That was about it. But while other places we're trying to come up with, make the hard decisions, make the hard choices, and move forward, for whatever reason, we haven't done that on the fleet. And it doesn't matter how we got here, but we are here, and what are we going to do about it? It would cost us, if we were to, and nobody's saying this, take all the vehicles and just bring them up to really fit condition and replace those that are just literally falling apart. It would take about $4.3 million. Now, what we had this year was, aside from the water fund, I think we had, we did one police vehicle. We had $30,000 assigned to some repairs in the, in F1. That's it. That's it. So we punted this year. So I'm proposing we don't punt another year. It's a very modest list, and it's way behind the pace that we're supposed to be keeping according to our financial plan. And I want to point out on the top of page 4 in your background, there's a typo which is telling. Under Public Works, it says non-water fund, replace 2011. I think I was typing too fast. It's a 2001 Sterling dump truck. Does Sterling still make dump trucks? I don't know if they do. I think they don't. So there's a pretty modest list here. And if you look down below that, you'll see what the funding options are for roads and vehicles and facilities. And just parenthetically, we just did a multi-year agreement with Barb City Manor. The number that I put in there is just to identify the fact that the TIF fund stops funding this year. We have to find a general capital source to maintain that commitment we just made, and we have a carryover from previous years. Hopefully we can spend down, see that carryover spent down between now and the end of the year, but if not, worst case is what I've shown here. We might have to come up with $250,000. So I have suggested a couple of options, starting at the bottom of page 4 and then moving on to
Hey,
page
Bill,
5.
before
Yes,
you move
I'm
on, let
really
me ask
moving
you a quick
fast, yes.
question.
Thanks.
In light of the lockbox amendment, how can
Yeah.
the $250,000 for Barber City Manor come out of the local gas tax?
The lockbox is MFT. The local gas tax, which is what you put
All
on,
right.
you, the city, is not, you can spend that on streets, you can spend it on buildings, you can
Okay.
spend it. Yep.
That
Yep.
clarifies it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. No, that's a good question. And here we get to, what does the public want? They probably want it on streets and don't want it on buildings. They probably want it on streets and not on vehicles. But we have to listen to that, and we have to balance it. We have to also, though, make tough decisions and stand up and say, we can't just do it on streets because we still have to arrive, with the mostest, if you will, in a critical situation. We can't break down in the ambulance on the way to the call or the fire engine on the way. And if you think that's extreme, it's not. These things can happen. I'm looking at Noah out there. And they happen in other places. So we have to make sure that at least the main thing, our meat and potatoes, we're doing as efficiently as we can. And these capital items do play a role in that. So I've thrown out, this is a controversial part. So what are the options we can come up with to find some more sources, recurring sources of capital money? I just listed them, don't kill the messenger. I put property tax increase, yes, Mike.
Before you get to those funding sources, so from your perspective, what's the rational nexus between Barb City Manor and anything related to the revenues that are being created to generate that $250,000?
That's not what I want to see on this page, but considering that the council has committed that and we don't have a general fund source, I just threw it up there for conversation and decision-making.
Okay.
I don't
All right.
think you make the rational nexus, but necessity is, the godfather of all kinds of decisions.
Well, now, necessity does not preclude you from doing the right thing. And this is not the right thing to use motor fuel tax for something that has absolutely no link to the way that those funds are being generated. And we can have that discussion later as.
I don't disagree, and I put it up here so that we'd have frank conversation about it.
Fair enough.
Okay. So, and there may be other things like that, and if you feel strongly about them, please don't sit there. Property tax increase, I was presumptuous to say that is not recommended, and
for capital purposes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Home rule sales tax increase. This has been discussed for the last couple of years. If you want to fill the pot, the fastest way to do it is to look at the home rule sales tax versus, say, the local fuel tax increase. You can see that a 0.25% rate hike would produce just under $1 million. Bingo, as if nothing else was germane to that. Well, there are a lot of things. We're already, if you go in a restaurant, you're paying 10%. We're at 1 3/4 now, so that would mean we'd raise it to 2. It's 10% when you add in a 1/4% county and 2% restaurant bar tax and home rule tax and a 5% state tax and 1% MROT tax, you're at 10%. If everybody was charging 10% in Illinois, I guess, you stick your toe in the water and see what the public would think about that. Would they pay another whatever? So, but that's not where we are. We operate in a county where there are other choices, and this tax applies to everything but food, drugs, and automobiles. So it covers a lot of ground. Local fuel tax increase. Well, the state of Illinois beat us to it and raised the state portion of the tax considerably. We are currently at 5.5 cents per gallon. Sycamore's at 2 cents per gallon. Do people drive into one of our local gas stations, see what the price is, and then drive to Sycamore and see what that price is? Probably not. Would they if we raised our local fuel tax? Depends how much you raise it. Just for your information, for every 2-cent increase, it raises about $320,000. So to cover some of the ground here, we probably need 8 cents. That's a big number.
Okay. Let me interject 2 things there. Number one, the gas tax with respect to local gas taxes is not extremely volatile with respect to people crossing lines. You cannot find the difference typically because the market equates it. And if you don't believe that gas taxes don't matter as much, right now the prices on Randall Road are 20 cents less than in DeKalb, and that's not a tax differential. Second of all, I think it's always, when we're talking about gas taxes, it's always important to remember that the #1 producer of motor fuel tax and gas tax in the city is the Oasis. And people forget that that's a contributor. And I think it's real important to realize that we benefit significantly from the gasoline that is sold at the Oasis.
So those are options. There may be other options, but I'm pulling from the sources we know. And I think the public, I'm just going to guess, but if the public was asked in a survey that we may want to do this fall, if you had these choices, which would you pick? And and then a follow-on question would be, do you want it segregated for capital purposes only? I think almost unanimously they would vote yes on the latter, and whether they want the former is a matter of of choice to them. I have confidence that our current council would be adamant about maintaining a segregation if that was the case of the capital source for capital purposes. But that's always a push and pull, and we've seen how tempting it is to move that money around. State of Illinois does it every day, and this community and other communities have done it. What happened, by the way, to the hotel motel tax? You know, originally it was designed to invite people to come to, you know, or to take the money that people, the heads in the beds, and to help with the marketing of your community. And then the legislature allowed that could be used for anything under pressure from the municipal league and all of the constituent communities, probably ours. I think, and in fact in our budget, you see it under the general fund sources, there is no fund anymore. You don't even see that it comes into the city and goes to the general fund. It goes right in the general fund. You maybe, and this is just to prove a point, you'd maybe like to know that there's 20,000 there you can still use for marketing, but it's gone. It's buried. So I'd like to point out that whatever we decide to do on the capital side, that we show the public when they pull the pages of the budget open, this is where the money is, and it comes in, and then it goes like this, and we actually have narrative rather than mind-boggling numbers alone that explain to the general public what happened to that money. Okay.
Bill,
I'll stop.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I think it's important to always keep some things in mind, especially since we have some new members of the city council, that the meaning of earmarking funds is non-existent, unfortunately. Finance Advisory Committee has pushed the notion of at least doing it in our accounting books, at least having policies that do segregate funds, as you suggested, could be done with some of the, like a home rule sales tax increase, that it could be devoted to a particular purpose. But that really isn't available as any kind of a binding resolution. And I think one of the most interesting things is non-home rule jurisdictions actually have more ability to do it than home rule jurisdictions, because with the public safety sales tax, and I believe there's a senior citizen levy that you can also pass, those monies under state law have to be segregated. But if you pass it as a council in an ordinance form, even if you put it in there that it's segregated, there's no requirement, as Bill suggested, that you can just kind of move that money around.
That's true. But if we want to be visible and we want to be transparent, this council, I know, is always going to want to at least establish through a resolution their intentions and be held accountable for that. And I think that's what the people are demanding.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say to your point, Mike. Even though we wouldn't have to do that in terms of earmarking, I think it is the right thing to do, given the circumstances that we are in now. So if this council were to do that, I would strongly advocate that we do earmark. If we do this, those funds are going to go here.
Well, I think it's important to put that on the record. And you know, I think Tom may be going to say the same thing that I do. You know, with respect to the water fund, there's supposed to be segregation for capital coming out of the rate increase we had a year or two ago, and we need to account for that.
Tom, you want to speak, don't you?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to get to.
Yeah.
We have such an ordinance. It was passed with very specific language that was adopted by the council. And accountability has been not where we would want it to be at this point, but I think it's necessary in that case to retroactively go back and show that we can be effective. But it takes a consistent effort and demand by City Council as to requiring reporting from staff, or that accountability is lost very quickly, despite significant effort and time on the council's part as well as the finance advisory to adopt it. So it is problematic, even if adopted, unless there is ongoing reporting requirement that you guys see it regularly, quarterly or semi-annually, something that requires staff to produce it. And we've had a lot of transition, so there's some reasons why things are where they are, but that affects your the visibility of the community, which we've talked about image and looking at how effective our government is, how efficient our government is, and we looked at what happened through our budget cycle last year, that there were some pretty big black eyes through that whole process, and those are things we must clean up.
Alderman Verbeek, yeah.
And I think we need to be very cautious with reliance on motor fuel tax. Technology is advancing at a rapid pace. Madison, Wisconsin is testing Transit X, which is a solar-powered pod that carries 4 or 5 people that hovers above the ground at about 20 feet. So that with technologies rapidly advancing, I think whereas sales tax is more stable, I think we have to keep in mind what could be those developments that may affect our long-term planning with motor fuel tax.
Good point.
Just one further comment regarding that whole process. The credibility of city government and the credibility of the council are essential, in my view, of any discussion of tax increases for these purposes. And if we can't show that we've been effective in the past, or that we have been accountable for what we've committed to, we lose that credibility that impacts image as well.
So Greg, I'm done making sausage, and this is just to show the tough topics and decisions the council will be making in the next 60 to 90 days on a topic that will be of much interest to the public, I think.
I thank you and the staff, and I think the tie-in that I would like to offer to the group is just think about those open-ended questions we had at the beginning of the morning. If you came back in a year or two, what are some of the most important priorities or the important things the city would have accomplished? And infrastructure came up clearly, and now this is where we have to take that, the ideal and the things that we know and we've shared with each other, this is important, but now we have to put some of the facts behind it. And I think everyone in the room wouldn't have listed infrastructure if it wasn't something that they observed that needed to be taken care of by our own. And look, everybody that drives a car is a traffic engineer. This I learned in my career. So we got a room full of engineers in here. No offense to the engineer that is here. But it doesn't take much to see where the degradation, boy, you drove on that street last year, it didn't seem quite as bad, and this year it seems worse. Well, there's numbers to that. And the other thing is, so where do they come from? And I think staff's review here, earlier in my career, having done a lot of work with having used MFT in different ways, one, unfortunately, Springfield's not going to be sending us a whole lot more MFT, so kind of what you got, you should probably all be glad we have it. And that means, where are we going to find the funds to do those repairs? But everything has a number on it, and the trend is, those numbers are going to go higher, not lower, generally. So extent. What's the extent? Where there's some possibilities, I think, and we also talked about, the capital and the fleet, and a lot of those pieces of equipment are expensive, but they do last a long time, provided you can take care of them, et cetera. But you can't be out there doing the core services we talked about unless staff have equipment. And my team, we just recently worked on a review of a whole public works agency, and it all fits together, right? The tools those people are able to use have a lot to do with how well they can do it and the efficiency in the economy. So I think now you have some facts and some of the highlighted facts that staff has given you. Here's what's happening with roads. Here's what we're spending on it. Here's our
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the joint meeting of the DeKalb City Council and the Finance Advisory Committee as we hold this special joint meeting of the Committee of the Whole. We had a very successful morning session. We now will go into a session which, for the benefit of our participants this afternoon, we hope to go right through it without a break. However, as you know, we will, if you need to take a break, down the hall back here, and there may be some snacks in the back. So, with that, we do call the meeting to order of this afternoon session, and I would ask our City Clerk, Lynn Fazekas, to call the roll for both City Council and Finance Advisory Committee.
Roll call, City Council. Morris?
Here.
Fanouken?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Fagan? McAdams?
Here.
Verbic?
Here.
Favor?
Here.
Mayor Smith?
Here.
7 present for council. Finance Advisory Committee, Peddle?
Here.
Higgerson?
Here.
Neely?
Here.
Parker? Parch?
Here.
Tarazinski?
Here.
5 present for FAC.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn it back to Greg Kuhn.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all, and to the staff and everyone else who arranged for us to have a little nourishment during the break. And so, right, little food does the mind good. All right, so this afternoon we're going to continue a little bit of the work we started right before our break, and that's about sharing some of the information in the context of what's happening. So we're going to spread and the arena a little bit. We're going to invite Assistant City Manager Ray Munch to join the City Manager in reviewing some general fund budget information. And again, in some ways, some people say, well, do we have to do all that? Do we have to do this? I think it goes along with another one of the sayings all of us have used in our lives at some point is, it's kind of hard to know where you are until you understand where you've been. And in financial management, so much of this is kind of revolving around trends and cycles. So there might be some point in the fiscal year you might look really good, but by the end of the fiscal year things didn't turn out so well, or vice versa. There are cases where you say some of those revenues or expenditures look pretty bad, and by the end of the year it actually turns out not to be the case. So we're going to ask staff to kind of walk us through. The general fund is that kind of core financial part of the city's both budgeting and their expenditure side. So, Mr. City Manager, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Greg. And as Greg said at the beginning, and we've touched on this before, this is a kickoff today, and I'm going to be helped by Ray Munch, who is locked at the hip with me at this point in looking at trends, and as we go forward until the end of the budget process and preparing and doing some of the hard things that need to be done in association with the Finance Advisory Committee and the Council. So I'm going to take the kickoff of this particular 40 minutes and touch on some revenue trends that I think would be interesting to have some conversation on a little bit later, and then I'm going to dish to Ray, who's going to talk about some spending challenges and some possibilities that we have. Oh, some of this is a little bit old hat. We've been, the city government has been working since the first of the year, actually, to address a carryover challenge from the last budget, which got just a little bit more pronounced as we got the audit done on the FY 2018 numbers, so we were a little further off and where we wanted to be in terms of the general fund reserve, and we're trying to hit about 25% of the annual projected expenses. And as we started this new year, we were still out of whack by about 22.1%, and we made some heroic efforts to, as Ray said at the beginning, going smaller, but only in terms of cutting bodies, not necessarily in terms of services and other things, although that has, I can tell you, a automatic impact on how those services are delivered. So here's where we are today. After the layoff of a number of top earning administrators in February, and projecting ahead, we thought that starting in 2020 we would have created a savings of about $1 million, but for the balance of 2019 we acknowledge that we have a couple of anomalies in how we pay our administrators and other staff, and Tom touched on this. For instance, the city manager, did you know the city manager gets some of his salary from the water fund and just a smidge from the airport fund? It was a revelation to me when I was looking behind the numbers back in January. And so it goes across, so that those are years of a habitual kind and slowly increasing kind of taking from here to put over there and balance the general fund. And so that is where we are. That just complicates how we fill the gap going forward. Here are some things to know about the trends that we see. We, of course, at this point, we're relying on less than perfect information as far as how we're even doing this year. A couple of the big revenue flows for the general operating budget are state shared revenue streams, and here we are in August, and so we're just seeing what the May numbers were. We don't get immediate reporting, and Greg, as you know, I don't think this has changed in decades. About the time you're starting to look real hard at what you think you're going to do in the next fiscal year, you're really not working from the best sales numbers or use tax numbers. Nevertheless, Municipal League and others like us around the state do spend a lot of time every week looking at the numbers and making reasonable projections based on those numbers. So as we look forward to 2020, we're seeing that there will be an increase in the state income tax payments, somewhere around $330,000. That's a nice piece of change. And local use taxes are going to improve. They have improved this year a little bit and will even more after July 1st of 2020, when the new state enactment from the last legislative session goes into effect. And so we'll be seeing more tax on internet sales. And we can appreciate what that will be at this point, somewhere in the vicinity of another $250,000. Also, we're seeing, just in terms of local revenues, some positive trends from service charges and fee and fine revenues, based on some changes that the council made back in 2018, so an increase in ambulance fees. The administrative hearing process is generating more fines. We're not getting them paid, but at least on the books, it looks like we're earning money. And we've talked about the 100 properties before, and will again. So those are pluses, but one of the things that's unexpected, I guess you would say, but maybe if you dig a little deeper, it doesn't seem so surprising, and that is that local sales and use taxes are flat. The improvements we're seeing in the downtown area have not yet been realized. We are having challenges in the biggest generator of our general sales and use taxes, which is Market Square subdivision with Kohl's and Walmart and Lowe's and so forth. They're reporting sales off from what their projections were, and that's not encouraging, but we're hoping to see that we at least hit our marks for this year, and it does have an effect on what we can project for next year, obviously. So in a very general way, I would say that we'll see some improvement. It's not going to balance out the continuing pension obligation increase that we're going to see. We'll be talking about that a little bit later when Mr. Devaney gets here. I'm going to stop here now and let Ray talk about the expenditure side of the general operating fund. And yes, Mike.
I've asked this question several times before, and maybe you can get an answer to this. With respect to the use tax payments from the state, those are given on a per capita basis rather than on what's generated. Now, the one thing that I haven't gotten an answer to is the fact that many of the online vendors are, in fact, collecting above the 6.25%. And there's no evidence that we're actually being paid for that. And I was wondering if you could at least check on where that money's going, because unlike some of the things, you know, with the local stuff, I mean, we're getting it directly back, but I have a feeling that we're not getting our fair share of money that is being generated and being charged our local sales tax.
I don't think we are either. That's a Department of Revenue issue, and it's a conversation with them. And as I can assure you and everybody else, that as we, over the next couple of weeks, hone in a little tighter on what our projections are, that we'll be having conversations with whoever we can talk to at that level.
I appreciate that, because, you know, that's money we should be getting.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just,
no.
You know, it's,
yeah. The Department of Revenue has transition issues too, so. Ray.
And before I get into expenditures, I'll piggyback off that last bit of conversation. That's not a DeKalb issue, that's statewide. The way that use tax is being distributed on that per capita basis is not necessarily in line with what local tax rates are in various municipalities, because it is all per capita. So I know that's something that municipalities have struggled with, and I think legislation that came about last year to increase revenues from online sales were a good first step, but I think there is still some interest amongst local governments for the state to address how more hyper-local taxes are collected on those online sales.
But my understanding is that the way that they set up the payment for the online taxes, the only thing that was supposed to go into that bucket was the 6.25% normal tax. The home rule sales tax is technically not a state-administered tax. It is a tax that is being collected on our behalf and then paid back. I mean, the state has no claim to those dollars. And, you know, unlike, you know, the state, there is no local income tax. I mean, it's, or a local sales tax. It's 6.25%, and then they pay in, and there's a division formula. But that extra The only thing that the state law was requiring was that they collect the 6.25%.
Yep.
And if they're collecting more than that, then, IML or somebody should be on their case that, wait a minute, that's not state money.
Yeah.
When you say they are collecting, who's they?
The retailers,
It's sent down an ST1 form. The state has their hands all over it, although, as Mike says, they're technically taxes that they're remitting to us. We earn them, here they are. But they have their hands all over it. It doesn't come directly to us. It goes someplace else around the monopoly board and comes back. And I won't suggest, it would be very speculative, that they benefit from holding the money a little bit. But I think that's maybe part of it, but the other part of it is we have seen inefficiencies before and issues. We saw them on the TIF side and other sides here in the last couple of years. So you make a good point. It's worth, this isn't something DeKalb is going to rough them up and make them do better, but it would take the collective weight of IML to, and IML is aware of this too. We see very polite references to the fact that there are issues with that, and so we can talk to Mr. Cole and see where we are.
Appreciate it.
So on the expenditure side, I think it's fair to say that we've done pretty well over the past 2 years. We've clearly had some challenges that have faced us, and from a spending side, I think we've done well to address those. We've obviously made very specific cuts, but aside from those specific cuts, I think staff has been very judicious in their spending. And, excuse me, I think in 2018, most of our expenditures came in below where they were projected, but we also had the challenges of revenues being below projections as well. And as we move forward, we're, I think, still seeing some of the after effects of what I'll classify as an imperfect budget process last year. There were a lot of bumps in the road as we went through that process last year, and one of the challenges that we're facing still is that we went through last budget season with the intent of solving a budget gap through specific measures, and we kept all other things equal, status quo from the previous year. Well, now we know that you can't just say that vehicle maintenance costs are going to remain status quo from one year to the next. As the fleet ages and we fail to replace vehicles in a timely manner, maintenance costs go up. So we see some of those effects. As I said, overall, the expenditure picture has been positive. We've made significant personnel cuts, so our personnel lines are trending below budget. But again, there's always things that come up that aren't anticipated, such as some of the payouts that we've made to a number of employees who have departed the city, and that goes above and beyond the employees that we reduce through staffing reductions. We've had a number of retirements this year. Those retirees, when they leave with 20, 30 years on the books, have significantly accumulated vacation and sick time that is owed to them upon separation. So if you look at, by the end of this year, we will have seen well over $500,000 in payouts to retiring and separating employees. So yes, we took a big bite out of the apple with reduction in management, but then, there's those unanticipated costs that you can't necessarily project for on a year-to-year basis because, it's imperfect to say you can predict when somebody's going to choose to retire. So again, that has cut into some of what we thought were going to be positives this year, but overall we're still trending in the right direction on the expenditure side. Other areas that we're seeing expenditure challenges are overtime. Again, our staffing in police, fire, public works has been a challenge this year, just based on retirements and people leaving to go other places. Police officers and firefighters in particular, when they leave us, it's an intensive process to put a new body in place and get them trained and on the street and a productive employee. So, in those times where the person's not ready to go, there's overtime costs that are incurred. So overtime has been an issue. We talked about the harsh winter and the amount of money that we expended on road salt and snow plowing. That has an impact. Again, the overall picture is positive from an expenditure perspective. but we are starting to see the challenges that are presented by things like deferred maintenance of roads and fleet. Vehicle maintenance costs, again, are continuing to increase. I don't think that will stop until we get a handle on the capital side of the house. So just something to keep in mind as we move forward, and we'll be forced to address that in the budget one way or another in the coming years, whether it's through fleet replacement or increasing maintenance costs. So as we look at the road ahead, I think there's some definite positives on the horizon. As we said, there's some very positive revenue trends, especially at the state level with the shared revenues that come in on a per capita basis. There's, as Bill pointed out, nice increases being seen statewide in income taxes, and that is a result of general economic trends, with unemployment being fairly low at the moment. So some of these trends on the local level that have been a little bit more challenging, hopefully get that upward swing as redevelopment continues in the downtown and some other areas. Additionally, when we look forward in the general fund revenues and expenditures, we have 2 TIFs that are coming offline. So TIF 2 will come offline in this coming tax year, TIF 1 shortly after that. And as those TIFs come offline, any of the increment that you would see from that should hypothetically be added to your property tax roll as what we would consider new growth. So without changing your property tax rate, you should see a natural increase in your actual levy collected because of the TIFs coming offline and that increment going back on the regular property tax rolls. Some of the things we're looking at in terms of long-term changes to city government, if the move to a new city hall facility comes to fruition, you're looking at a much smaller facility on a much smaller piece of land that has a positive impact on your expenditures, lower costs for facilities maintenance. There's no grass to mow on that new city hall parcel, so little things like that will make an impact over time. Again, we're in the process of trying to unload some surplus property parcels that the city has accumulated over the years. As some of those sales happen, that will be a benefit to the general fund. There are definitely challenges that face us. The biggest one, which is no surprise to anyone in the room, is pension funding. We're going to see 2 challenges in that arena this year. First and foremost is the public safety pension obligations. So at the end of 2018, the stock market took a little bit of a dive. I think it bottomed around Christmas Eve, and although it's recovered nicely, when the actuary does its evaluation of the pension fund, they look at December 31st and your position at that point in time. So that negative return that we saw last year is going to cost in next year's actuarially determined contribution that the city will owe, and that's going to increase by about $800,000. So where does that come from? Again, that's a general fund impact because our property tax levy cannot grow fast enough to keep up with that trend. Additionally, in the IMRF arena, last year our IMRF contribution for those employees that are on the IMRF program was 12% of salary. For next year, that's going to go up to 14.89% of salary. We're a little bit better positioned to handle that because IMRF has fluctuated over recent years, so the 12% that we were at last year was actually fairly low. Over the past 3 to 4 year period, it has been as high as 15%, so that one's a little bit more easily absorbed. It's also a lower dollar amount than the public safety pension numbers that we see. There are some personnel costs that we obviously don't control that continue to climb, so health insurance is one of those. Our PPO health insurance premiums are projected to rise by nearly 10% this year, and that's, again, a product of things you can't control, like the number of major claims coming into the health insurance pool. Lastly, in terms of challenges we see down the road, we talk about the positive revenue trends. Again, those are based on assumptions that current economic conditions continue. We have seen several years of positive economic conditions statewide, and any significant downturn in the overall economy could impact us locally. So that's something to watch. There's been a lot of discussion about inverted yield curves and things like that in recent days and weeks. So I think people are watching the overall economy very closely, as we will be at the local level. So again, I think the takeaways are, from an expenditure standpoint, positive trends. I think spending is as under control as you possibly can be. We continue to look for ways to save in every arena, but obviously there are areas where spending is critical and increasing.
So I think now would be a good time to have some conversation along some of the details that staff shared on trends. We started off with revenues, et cetera, and I think now we're looking at some of the expenditure side too. As Ray pointed out, there's that ongoing core service continuing delivery, there's personnel. It's also, as the manager pointed out, it's where those dollars have been assigned and spread across your funds, but in the end it takes a certain amount of money to kind of keep the services going and the staffing at the levels you expect. And that's the interesting thing about today's conversation, is that's against the backdrop of the things we've talked about of what we want to see in next year's budget. So, and as Bill said, the magic of all this in Illinois every year is you're really working from imperfect data. It's trend, it's projections, et cetera, but you really never know how last year went until about 3 months into the whole new fiscal year. So, questions, conversations, comments, anything?
Tom?
Just a couple of overall comments. First of all, it's encouraging to see the progress towards the commitment to a 25% general fund balance. The staff has taken that on, and the council has certainly backed that. And you talk about potential recessionary issues. That's one reason for addressing that and being steadfast in addressing it. So it's encouraging to see that we're on track to get close to that and get that back. Local revenues being flat is certainly a concern about this whole growth issue and how competitive we can be to attract growth. And without that, it'll be difficult to maintain a general fund balance at that level without some cost containment. One concern I had is in dealing with the long-term capital needs, the infrastructure needs, is to not forego a 5-year forecast of operating costs, which in the past has trended negative by the 4th and 5th year, which then concerns one about future tax increases to address the operating, much less the $4 to $5 million accumulated that you'd like to generate for capital. I see that as a job of the FAC along with council to try to develop that in the longer term, but a major issue and one that you can't do in a vacuum and just address capital without understanding if you're going to need future revenues or increases to address operating.
Good thoughts. Yes, Bill.
I was just going to add, cost containment is everybody's job in these current conditions, and very patiently today, without any speaking role, our executive team has been sitting here. Also have some representatives of our local unions, and I have to say, I've been very encouraged by the inclination and the commitment on the part of the people who are that kind of provide that leadership, both on the labor side and management side, to maintain strict budget control It doesn't mean that we're all happy about where we are with the funding for this and funding for that. It certainly isn't the case, but we are working well together, and I think that bodes well for how we are going to enter the next fiscal year. So my hat's off to what I've discovered in the last couple of months.
Good, and I was going to ask staff, if you don't mind, if you could comment just a little bit on, and not to overdo it, but the state of Illinois' position on your shared revenues. The city's share from income tax, the city's, we talked about MFT slightly before, but, it may be something helpful to share with the council, things that the municipal league is saying, whatever you're hearing from local legislators, because we all went through that period with the state. It seemed like everything from the local distributive fund to other shared revenues were also in other people's sites. And what kind of projections are you using based on shared revenues? Again, different than what you can generate locally.
And so we adhere pretty strictly to the projections that IML puts out. Usually we'll receive an update from IML every several months, and they'll give us a projection on what they're foreseeing for upcoming annual revenues in terms of state shared revenues. And I think in this most recent legislative session, when you saw a lot of the big changes with the legalization of cannabis, expanded gambling, fuel tax increases, I think local governments could have benefited a little bit more from that, but the state grapples with many of the same issues that local municipalities do, so everybody's trying to get as big a piece of the pie as they can. But again, the revenue trends that IML are providing us are still extremely positive when we look at things like the income tax, motor fuel tax, use tax. So again, I think there is still work to be done. The state has reduced some of what local governments have received over the past several years for the local government fund, and some of that is it would be well received by municipalities, obviously, if that was restored, but I think we're probably still several years away from that, if at all. So I think right now we operate on the assumption that what we've experienced over the past several years is probably the reality moving forward, and any increases are really tied more to the economy as opposed to changes in legislation.
Also, Greg, I've talked to a number of our legislators, most notably with our new representative, Jeff Kiker, and we talk about that local government fund. It's the LGDF, the Local Government Distribution Fund, which the state has played around with in terms of percentages back to municipalities. As important as that, and I don't know if this is true in the last year or two, but certainly important, is the unfunded mandates that come down the pike from the state of Illinois to municipalities like the city of DeKalb, in which you have to do it. It's state law, but who's going to pay for it? We are. Yeah. And so that in and of itself is something that we need to be cognizant of. Okay?
Yes, absolutely. And another one I would offer, because we've been talking about it a lot at the center, we have a census coming up.
Yep.
And there isn't a community that I've ever worked in as a staff member or not been part of another advisory board where that every 10 years is such a critical count, because look at the funds we just talked about that are reliant on that per capita sharing. And particularly in a university town, so again, I'm sure staff's looking at this and the advisory committee, et cetera, but that count is going to last a long time. And so anything, and we have a unit at the center itself that's we're very engaged on this upcoming census. But I would say add that into the mix because that's a number that's going to last a long time unless you're willing to finance a special census. But I don't know if staff has any comments on
No.
census?
Couldn't agree with you more. Actually, Ray Munch is heading up our Get a Correct Count efforts, and we're working with others in the community and with CGS too.
Yeah, we have a correct count committee now underway, trying to formulate that. When we want a diverse population, which encompasses that. We met with the regional census folks almost a year ago. And so we're trying to stay ahead of this. And we mentioned about the university and the students and making sure we count as many of those who are legal residents here as possible. We also have the scenario where we need to do a very, very good job, if you will, in those neighborhoods where there's such a diverse population that diverse population is very sensitive to releasing personal information. And so we're going to work hard in those neighborhoods. We have to. We're going to work very, very hard with the university. They certainly are aware of the importance of this. So yes, in the background material, a loss of 1,000 residents could result in a loss of approximately $140,000 in general fund revenue. So, you know, it's extremely important. Ray Munch, along with Doug Eaton and others within City Hall, if you will, within city government, is working very, very hard to make sure that we put the proper amount of emphasis on the 2020 census.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that out loud, but in this kind of discussion and what we're talking about today, and you will as you go forward, that number lives for a long time. And so, I mean, even in my own days in the administrator's chair, we worked very hard to try to get all those counts that we could. And so I just thought I would elevate that to part of this discussion because we'll be sitting here 2 or 3 years from now dealing with numbers and projections based on whatever comes out of the census.
And I hope that a gain of 1,000 residents will mean an increase of $140,000
That's right.
in general fund revenue.
That's right.
So the importance of that is critical.
Absolutely. All right, any other questions for staff? Yes?
Not necessarily, well, could be a question.
Or comment.
Comment. Sorry. I know that it's kind of listed here in terms of the cost cutting, or, you know, people are cutting cable out and there's a lot more options for entertainment. And one of the things I was thinking about, years ago I was looking at potentially compressed natural gas for automobile, and I know that the state collects money. I don't know if the city collects money, but if you have a compressed natural gas vehicle, the state will still collect money for road tax. However, with the electrification of cars, I'm not sure what the city is going to do in terms of all the MFT that we're going to lose, whether there's an opportunity to collect that. 60% of the cars sold in Denmark last year were electric cars. And it'll only take a few years to where we might not be collecting MFT very much in the future. So, and that's one area of disruption in our economy today. There's, you know, we've talked about the online sales tax. It was great that they started to collect sales tax. Now we're talking about whether it's divided up properly or not. But retail is changing, the automotive landscape is changing. Potentially, maybe we won't need cars in the future. We won't need roads. We'll have other alternative forms of transportation. We base a lot of our revenues on collecting fees and collecting licensing, franchise fees. We need to keep our eyes open to what's changing in the landscape and make sure that, you know, as things die off, those new things coming in, Uber, Lyft, Zipcars, the different things, do we have an ability to I hate to say, are we going to put a franchise fee on those? But if we're losing sales tax or motor fuel tax due to these alternative transportation methods, but they still utilize the same roads, they still utilize the same services, we're going to have to replace those somehow.
Yes.
I think it's a good point. There are structural shifts that happen periodically, and this may be one we have to attend to. In fact, probably will be one. Another one was mentioned in passing earlier in the morning discussion, and that was about a new kind of mini market or sub-market area, which looks like the downtown will be. So what are we probably don't have the full range of services that people who are living and hoping to shop and do other things downtown other than recreate want. So, in terms of our economic development efforts, community development efforts, what are we doing? Are we looking ahead to what that might be? We know some handful of developers are making their best guesses and making investments on what they think will be successful. And what's our role in all of that? What's within our control to shape in a desirable way? So those are just two examples, one global, one very specific.
And I would just say as an ingredient to add to that, when you look at revenues in general, Professor Peddle will enjoy this, maybe a smile. But when we talk about any kind of revenue generation from those streams, we call them, they're very elastic, right? So elasticity can have positives. If there's growth in the economy or economic activity, you will gain from it. But when there's shrinkage, the other side of the story comes calling. And when you think about these different revenue options, you have to consider, what is their DNA? Because, there are a lot of suburban communities that are very proud of their record of having very little property tax. But when 2009 and 10 and 11 came around, they were really looking really hard at what was coming in because they were so tied to the economy. Yes.
Speaking of property tax, so I hate to bring up this competing municipality, but just to our north, bordering on our community, you can pay $2 less per 100 EAV in terms of property tax. That's significant.
And it all goes to the mix, right, of the revenues and so forth. All right. Any other? Yes.
I think the other thing we should look at are costs and revenues associated with our ordinances. So, are we going to enforce these ordinances? If there's fines and other costs associated with them, is that a legitimate revenue potential, like our signage ordinance? So we have many businesses that choose to put signs in the public way. They may not all register for a permit for those signs. Should they be? Is that a fair revenue opportunity to cover some of the costs of our staff putting in the work?
Okay. Well, more to come, but you have a little bit of a snapshot of where things are and some of the projections and the trends. So I'm going to turn it over to the manager to introduce the next topic.
Yes. We have touched on pensions today in a number of ways. We are very fortunate to have the gentleman who is the chair of Governor Pritzker's Bipartisan Legislative Pension Advisory Committee, Pat Devaney. Pat is going to have some remarks, sort of an overview of a number of issues, first of all, and then the conversations of the task force to date. He is not at liberty to say what the task force is going to recommend out in just a matter of a few weeks, for obvious reasons, but we'll generally touch on some options that are being discussed at the state level, which will have an impact at our level, where we're paying. So, Pat, I appreciate your coming today and traveling to lend us your insights into this particular issue.
Thank you, Manager Nicholas. I'd like to actually start off by thanking the mayor, the city council, the finance committee for the attention that you're giving this topic. We represent 225 locals across the state, and I'll tell you, some of them, have problems certainly equivalent and some far greater than perhaps the challenges that you're experiencing here in DeKalb, and much less attention is being paid to it, which makes us concerned, not only for our retirement future, but also for the ability to provide services to the communities that we're sworn to protect. And just specifically to City Manager Nicholas, he and I had an opportunity that was set up with the local a couple months ago to sit down and discuss this issue. I think this meeting was born from that discussion. And I was really impressed with his knowledge going into the meeting, but also willing to learn about the actual facts surrounding this issue. This can become a very emotional issue when we're talking about dollars, particularly property tax dollars, the tax that people like to pay the least, versus the retirement security of our members and their family, and just in a very, very neutral, how can we fix these problems that exist. I just appreciate your attitude towards it. And finally, Noah Millard, the president of Local 1236, and also my newest board member, Luke Howieson, the captain on your department. We do have 225 locals across the state, and Local 1236 is of the most engaged. And in talking to them, and I had an opportunity to meet with some of their local members before this, we had lunch at a fire station, and their attitude is, how can we help the city address their financial problems while still preserving our retirement security, but also striking that delicate balance of how do we continue to protect the citizens in DeKalb in the manner that they deserve. So they're very, very cognizant, and it's very, very important to them to be able to do their jobs in the most efficient way. So I wanted to offer some comments based on my 15 years working in Springfield on this issue, and particularly what I've observed lately about some of the challenges that we face in the state. And I'm going to initially talk about it in aggregate because it might help you paint a better picture as to exactly where you are situated here in DeKalb. So I don't know what levels of pension knowledge are with me at the table, so I'm going to start pretty fundamental and work through this. So the Article 4 of the Illinois Pension Code contains benefits for full-time firefighters. It not only has a retirement annuity, what most people think of as a pension, it also has a number of other protections for firefighters who perform, a fairly dangerous occupation. It has a duty disability component for when people become permanently disabled on the job and no longer are able to work as a firefighter. It has occupational disease protections. Firefighters, there's been numerous studies that have concluded firefighters suffer from cardiovascular, respiratory, certain types of cancers at a far higher rate than the rest of society. It has survivor death benefits, and it certainly has, and one we hope doesn't get used very often, line of duty death benefits. So across the state, and let me start off by, I know you guys are trying to tackle both police and fire pension issues, although there are 641 police and fire pension funds across the state. My comments today are going to be directed at the 291 of them that are fire funds. I try my best to let the police officers, speak on their own behalf, and I wouldn't presume to do so for them. So of the 291 funds, they're all like yours, locally funded and administered. They're all governed by a 5-member board, 2 of which are appointed by the mayor to represent the city council's interests. Statewide, funding levels. So let's go back to 1991 because this will be important for some comments later on in our discussion. The funding level across the state in aggregate, and funding level is all of the liabilities that exist to pay benefits that are promised in the future in contrast to the assets that are in place to pay them today. And in 1991, the funding level on a statewide aggregate basis was 76.4%. And these numbers and the data that I'm talking to you, Noah is actually going to share the most recent Commission and Government Forecasting, commonly referred to as COGFA. It's the statewide agency that studies fiscal matters for the state. And so I'm not going to speak from this, but just for your reference, just to verify some of the information I'm sharing with you, I wanted to provide it to the council and the staff. So that COGFA report, which is hot off the presses, it's a month old, the statewide funding average as of the end of 2017, which is the most recent full data set that they have available, is about 55%. So 76 in 1991, 55 today, right? Definitely not headed in the direction all of us around this table would like to see it. The challenge that we face, and if you get on COGFA's website and click on the link that produced that report, is that of those 291 funds, we have funds that are funded at 10%, which are one bad stock market correction, away from insolvency, and we have funds that are funded above 100%. So trying to come up with solutions that are one size fits all is very challenging, because while I be in conversations with the funds that are funded in the teens, the things that those elected officials and administrators are looking for are far different than the funds that are well funded, where the message I get from them is, hey, we're doing great, we don't need radical changes, kind of leave us alone. And both us as well as the municipal advocacy groups have challenges to try to tackle the issue because of that. The one thing that I will tell you, and I was astonished when I learned this fact, and it's little known, is that the notion that is out there that somehow today things are far different than they've ever been in the state. And some attribute it to benefits, which I'll talk about in a bit. Some attribute it to the crash of the stock market in 2008, the greatest recession since the Great Depression. When we were doing the Supreme Court case trying to overturn that eventually did the benefit reductions that we were believed to be illegal back in 2015, there was a pretty exhaustive review of the 1970 Constitutional Convention that added that pension protection clause that you've read so much about. That Article 13, Section 5, you shall not diminish or impair the benefit that an employee is promised, when they are an active service, right? So we believed, and I believe going into it, that the majority of the debate, the 5 big statewide systems were funded at about 40% then, they're funded at about 40% today, was focused on the statewide system, since it was the state legislature that's responsible for making those payments in large part. What I was surprised to realize was a lot of the debate and a lot of the stated intent for putting that constitutional protection in came from one of the delegates named Helen Kinney, whose one of her primary focuses was her concern that firefighters' pensions wouldn't receive the funding, and the benefit down the road would be diminished, and at the time granting home rule authority by local units of government. And I was astonished to learn that in 1970, when the delegates agreed to put this provision into the Constitution, the statewide funding level for Article 4 pensions in aggregate was 19.1%. So while I'm not here suggesting that today we don't have serious challenges and things that we need to work on to fix them, I'm just trying to relate to you that some of the rhetoric and some of the notions that this is uncharted, unprecedented territory just don't bear out in fact. But we do have unfunded liability. Where did it come from? I think the most illustrative example and study, comprehensive, as to the drivers of unfunded liability, including here in DeKalb, took place in one of the first COGFA studies. They had not done one until 10 years ago. There had not been a comprehensive fiscal analysis of the state fire and police systems prior to it. So the first ones that they did was an examination of this unfunded liability exists, and an analysis both in aggregate, and they looked at a dozen funds in depth, very diverse in terms of size as well as region. And they found that almost 80 cents of every dollar of unfunded liability that existed, and it's true today, came from things other than benefit changes. And that's important to know, because many times if you read an editorial or you read a talking point for those who are inclined to speak unfavorably about defined benefit pensions, they believe that the reason, or they state that the reason that contributions are going up are because of all of these benefit changes and sweeteners that have been handed out in Springfield. Unfortunately, and I've been working there for the last 15 years, the irony of that is that there's been exactly one meaningful benefit change for firefighters in the last 15 years, and that occurred in 2010 when they drastically reduced pension benefits for Tier 2 members, making the employer normal cost about 25% of what it was previously. So it's important, in my opinion, to talk about facts of this issue when we talk about the possible solutions to it. So what were the unfunded liability drivers, the leading three, the effects of the market. I mean, 2008 happened. For the big funds, it wiped out a third of their assets that were in place in a couple of days. That was one of them. The second was the actuarial assumptions, and that's something that has affected the funding level here in DeKalb. The primary two, number one, your investment rate return assumption you use, what you project that you're going to make as a return on investments, that has been abused. And the second one, many funds, until very recently, it's been positive change, and I've seen some movement on it, have been using mortality tables that are 40 to 50 years old, that still assume that people live 10 years less than they do. Well, we know that people are living longer today, so the importance of updating those types of assumptions is very, very important if we're going to be putting in the dollars today that are necessary to pay the benefits tomorrow. And the final was the employer contribution enforcement. Prior to 2010, and this is something that the IMRF fund, which is everyone's gold standards of pension funds around the state, had a provision, is that if the employer didn't make a lawful contribution based on an actuarial valuation, IMRF had the ability to go in and intercept state funds to be able to enforce that contribution. Firefighters and police officers did not. If the employer didn't make the contribution, people shrugged and said, well, hopefully we'll do better next year. Significant source of underfunding. Another challenge that we face is our investments. So besides just performance, there are arbitrary limitations on fire funds' ability to invest in state statute. If you're less than $2.5 million, our smallest funds, you can go only 10% into equities. If you're less than 10 million, you can go only 45% into equities or the stock market. Funds like yours that have asset levels of greater than $10 million, they can go 65% into the stock market and equities. Most people think is a pretty reasonable, fair balance. But the biggest challenge, and the final one I'll mention before I talk about some of the things we're doing to create solutions, and unfortunately it is the least understood, is the approach that we use to amortize unfunded liability, pay down that debt that exists in the pension funds today. If we went back to 1980, and we'd have to go clear back to 1980, it was the last time that the General Assembly authorized a sensible approach to paying down unfunded liability or amortizing unfunded liability in fire and police pension funds. In 1980, they set out a 40-year amortization period, still using a level dollar approach to making that payment. A level dollar approach is the same as you would use when you got a mortgage. You buy a house, you figure out how much you can pay a month, how much you can pay a year, and it's sustainable and it's predictable and it stays static over time. In 1993, however, and I firmly believe, and others agree with me, the General Assembly authorized what was had the most devastating impact to our funding levels in the history of fire and police pensions. And they authorized a percentage of payroll approach to amortizing or unfunding liability. You've all heard of the ramp that they refer to for state pensions. We beat them to the punch by 2 years because they authorized the use of percentage of payroll, which depending on your payroll growth assumption can make the ramp extremely steep. And mathematically, if everything happens just as it's predicted in terms of your actuarial assumption, which never happens, but let's pretend it did, it's mathematically designed to double a third of the way through the cycle, triple halfway through the cycle, and can be in excess of 500% in the final year of what's now a 30-year amortization period than it was in the first year. So in DeKalb, using that approach, which you have with a pretty high payroll growth assumption, you've made some corrections and improved it over time when changing actuaries. Mathematically, it is designed to do exactly what it's doing. And again, I can't tell you like the need to address that if we're not going to be dealing with this every 5 to 10 years. So those are the challenges that we've identified. There are others. Those are the primary ones. What are we doing to address it? So as Manager Nicholas mentioned, in February, Governor Pritzker formed a pension consolidation feasibility task force and was kind enough to appoint me as one of the co-chairs. Our primary focus has been looking at the investments of those 291 fire funds, 641 police and fire funds across the state, And we have, over the last month, worked with the Public Pension Division of the Department of Insurance and done an exhaustive analysis of the performance of our funds. And frankly, without getting into specifics, it will be contained in a report that I'll talk about in a minute. There's been underperformance when you index it to the larger funds. Part of it can be attributed to our investment limitations, but there are other factors as well, including the fact that even our larger funds, $50 and $100 million, can't have access, even if you were given to them, to the same types of investment and asset classes that would really maximize investment return over time. So you need a large fund to be able to perform like an IMRF or like an Illinois State Board of Investments or the other 5 statewide pension funds. So what I'll tell you is this, that we have 2 meetings scheduled over the next 2 weeks. We've been meeting since March. I'm confident that there will be some pretty bold recommendations that come out of that committee to at least address the investments and being able to maximize investment return while limiting the high level of fees that all of our many funds are currently paying around the state. One thing that I will tell you, though, is that investments alone are not going to address or solve all of the challenges our funds are experiencing across the state, including here in DeKalb. Investment changes where we're doing it more efficiently and limiting fees. I think by the time you transition over the next 3 to 5 years, we could really be making some differences. So parallel to those discussions, and I'm hoping this will be part of a final package for the fall veto session, which is the last week of October and the second week in November in Springfield with the General Assembly, that we will also continue to have these discussions about how we're amortizing the unfunded liability. Yes, are we willing to talk about the duration? If people are looking at needing more time to pay down the debt that currently exists, absolutely. But we also need to address that approach that we use to where we're not creating another ramp that is so steep that future councils and future generations, I'm not even talking a generation, I'm talking 5 years down the road and 10 years down the road, are in exponentially worse shape than we're in today. Our philosophy at the AFFI, on behalf of our 15,000 members, is we are for and are working to promote and offer solutions that are going to have additional dollars flowing into the fund. So if a first step is increasing the dollars that are coming from our investments and limiting the fees, that's positive for our members, it's positive for the taxpayers. And so that's why we've been working in earnest on that for the last 6 months. There are other issues parallel to it that we're working on, but I mean, in general, those are the challenges that we're facing. Those are some of the solutions that have been promoted. And I wanted to start off kind of offering like a global perspective of where we're at in the Article 4 firefighter pension space. And then break and maybe talk or have questions about anything specific. It's kind of a lot of information to throw at you at once. And then if you'd like to talk specifically about what you're facing here in DeKalb, I'm more than happy to do so.
Mayor?
You may have answered my question, Pat, in your last comment, but this appears to be an attempt, and I'm looking at the consolidation program, that is political. I mean, it's going to be decided by legislative process. However, the input into that our legislators are getting is coming from our municipalities throughout the state, from organizations like the IMF, which represents a lot of our municipalities, and the unions themselves and the various 642 pension funds out there. Is the support from the pension funds and the municipalities towards consolidation somewhat significant? And do you understand that question?
I believe I do.
Thank you.
So this task force is made up of representatives from the municipalities, a mayor, someone from your advocacy group in Springfield, police, fire. We have a former legislator that's invested. We have somebody from one of the statewide pension funds, perhaps offering best practices. So it's very, very diverse in like how these people view and approach this. Because this is such a big issue, I agree with you that it's going to take a coalition pushing in the same direction to make these changes in Springfield. On the issue of consolidation alone, Eric Madeir, who used to be the chief counsel to the Senate president, and now does some work in the pension space, he did a study back when they were talking about the constitutionality of the benefit reduction, the Supreme Court case in 2015. And what he learned in looking at memos going back and forth from what was then the Pension Laws Commission dating back to the 40s is this issue has been discussed. There have been proposals to consolidate police and fire pension funds dating back to literally the 1940s. The last time we got really close to it was in 2004, and we were this far away from being able to create like a statewide investment board that I believe would accomplish some of these goals, and it fell apart at the last minute. So it's been around a long time, and it is people, as you, I'm sure, were talking about local control and mandates coming from Springfield. I would agree with you that some of our pension funds and perhaps even some mayors and managers around the state might not like to be told that they need to consolidate. That's why having all of this group together and trying to find out that we're going to make the right decision for everybody, whether you're 10% funded or 100% funded. It's challenging, but there's been a lot of work towards that end.
Thank you.
I can't resist, I have to ask this. As you survey the leadership, and we are televised, so you'll have to be very, very diplomatic, which you always are.
I always assume I'm being recorded.
Yes. As you survey the leadership in both houses, what do you think on the consolidation issue, on the reform of how we amortize liabilities, on any of these key and try to get better investment returns? How do you see the mood of the legislature at this point, if you could characterize that?
I know in the past there have been proposals by the Senate President to move in this direction. That was a bill from last year. I think I'd answer it best this way, and I'd look at it a broader perspective of what I've seen in Springfield over the last 6 months. So those of us who've been spending time at the State House for some time, watch this last legislative session and the types of things they were able to reach a consensus on and pass, and now are being signed into law, and it was truly historic. If you look at the laundry list, whether you agree or disagree with, raising the minimum wage, progressive income tax, a constitutional question, recreational marijuana, sports betting, casinos, vertical and horizontal, $41 billion capital, any one of those things in a single legislative session are very, very difficult to do. To do all of them at once, there seems to be a greater spirit of cooperation and maybe doing harder and bigger things. So I think that, regardless of what the proposal, I think it would be possible to reach a solution.
And that's the reason I asked, not to put you on the spot, Pat, but how the legislature goes on this question in particular has a big impact on what we can look forward to in the way of our obligations locally. And I think that for the first time in my legislature watching, I felt there was a possibility of coming out with some major enactments. It didn't get done in the past session. It may not get done in the veto session, but I think maybe in the spring session there's a chance. And so I'm encouraged by that.
Yeah, the stated goal of the committee, regardless of what the final proposals or recommendations, was to pursue it in the veto session. Whether or not that's feasible, given the 6 days that they have scheduled across those 2 weeks and the magnitude of this, I don't know. But again, to the mayor's question, if you had a group of people that are pushing in the same direction to come up with something that's going to help everyone, it definitely has a greater chance.
And what do you think at the local level, if you were to give advice to our council and finance advisory committee and staff here, what should we be working on? What should we be doing at this point?
Like I said in my opening comments, I think exactly what you are. When we're able to have a reasonable discussion about the balance between, putting dollars into pension funds that are going to be in place to pay the benefits that are promised to our members, which I'm sure most of the people around the table want to be responsible in the approach that they take to it, balanced with the dollars available for operations and protecting your community, and have that discussion in a reasonable way based on facts and actually what we need to do to fix it, we're going to have a far better chance of reaching a solution. For a number of years, it seemed like the sides seemed to shout past each other because, as I mentioned previously, this is somewhat of an emotional issue, and it involves dollars coming from your community. So I'm encouraged, I guess would be the word I would use to describe it.
Thank you.
Alderman Fanouken.
So Pat, this may be a unique council in terms of all the different participants and the different retirement funds. Tracy's police, Mike Peddle and I, and Mike Verbeck are all part of SERS. Oh, and Lynn's part of SERS. Bill, of course, is IMRF. So we have kind of a good mix of the state funds. What I'm reading in the paper over the last week or so is that a lot of the locals, local pension boards, I want to make that clear, not the local unions, are pushing back against consolidation, afraid of losing local control. Where do you think that might turn up out of your committee on how that might move forward?
Well, I mean, there are constituents that I'm sure will be heard, and there'll be weight assigned to their feelings or whatever their position is on the issues. But again, I think if you came up with the groups representing the overwhelming majority of the participants and the employers, who help to fund these plans, I would say that that type of an agreement would be pretty powerful. I listen to all of our constituents, and when we have a reasonable discussion, just like we had in DeKalb, at lunch before we came up here, and describe about making decisions that are in the best interest of the people in that room and their families that are going to rely on those pensions down the road, I think you can get greater buy-in. I mean, if you tell them facts surrounding the issue and what we believe to be best to help it.
Do you think there's a good shot, though, at a compromise of being able to consolidate but still leave a lot of the local decisions local in terms of disability pensions, those kind of things? Because that was a gist of the article I read, I think, over the last week. Do you think that's a reasonable compromise point that might be achieved?
I'll say this because it won't be revealing what I think may happen as a result of this committee, because like I said, it's a larger than myself and very diverse. I'll just put our perspective from the AFFI's perspective, is that governance is important to us. The employers and the employees who fund the plan and who rely on the plan for retirement benefits. I believe governance of not only the funds, but the benefit administration, as you described, is very important to us. So we know decisions are being made that are in our best interest, not only tomorrow, but 5 and 10 years from now. So in a general way, I think I answered your question.
I think so. Thank you, Pat.
Alderman Favor.
So we had mentioned, or it was mentioned, investment and higher returns, and I don't necessarily want to advocate for unrealistic or unsustainable returns. Actually, I would question more, under the consolidation, and I don't know what we have access to today in terms of the quality of investments. There are certain index funds you can buy, there's different things you can invest in. Some are very high fee, some are very low fee. So I don't know what our funds are today in terms of what our pensions are invested in. I'm assuming under the consolidation, we're going to hopefully have lower management fees and much higher quality investments.
The goal of the committee is to create whatever the end result looks like, to create a system where we are generating the highest fees within reasonable, risk tolerance or the highest, returns. Yeah. Opposite of what I said. Yeah, I heard the highest returns at the lowest fees. And again, the more dollars flowing into these funds, the better that it is for everybody. But you raised a very good point, and to my point that I made early in our discussion about the challenge of making a change that affects 641 different funds that are on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of funding level and fiscal health and everywhere in between. There are some of the funds, when you look at the data, and this is all, publicly available, that are, performing, at the level or perhaps even higher than some of the other things that we contrast them, the larger statewide funds. And then there are some that are not. And, some of it can be explained by limitations on investments and some of it cannot. So we're trying our best to look at this in aggregate and determine what's best for the entire system statewide. Does that make sense to you?
Mr. Tarastinsky.
Thank you. A couple more specific kinds of questions. You mentioned a couple things about returns, so I'm interested in that. But before you get to that point, the accountability and the segregation of funds, can you address that quickly as to how the state, will address that?
So how would it address the segregation of funds? And I think that's a concern that many people have anytime you bring up the term consolidation, is that if we're going to propose down the road that we somehow put all of the assets together to have greater scale, better investment returns at the lowest fees, well, does that mean that the well-funded 80% fund is going to subsidize the 20% fund? Under any model that anyone I've observed, whether it was in legislation in Springfield over the last several years or discussions I've had on the task force, I have not heard that be suggested. I've heard it be similar to a system like IMRF, if in fact there was a proposal to do so, where everyone had a separate account at their own funding level, but the assets could be commingled for the purposes of investing to drive those higher returns, while still having, the local accountability for your specific fiscal health of your fund, right?
So the intent would be to lock that in.
I just say the discussions that I have observed and the proposals that I've seen in Springfield have all included that approach if in fact somebody was going to recommend consolidating funds for the purposes of investing.
The second thing you mentioned is returns, and you indicated that the statewide funds have better returns than many of the local groups. From an overall perspective, just general ballpark, how much difference is there in those returns? 2%, 1%?
We're starting to get into the weeds and the details that I think will be included like in the recommendations of the committee. So I really think they'll be forthcoming to where that data will be available to you in the near future. And again, I'm not trying to be coy. I made a commitment as a member of the committee to not get ahead of what we're doing as a group. So
that's fine.
Yeah.
I just thought in general there must be a comparative that you might have available. That was kind of general. In reading the Tribune's report, they indicated that the number was in the neighborhood of 2% improvement. And I guess that's the accumulation of the fees differentials, the cost differentials, and I'm not sure what other analytical work they did to come up with that, but that was something I saw in the Tribune's report.
I did not read that Tribune report, so I don't know whether that's true or untrue.
As far as the constitutional amendments being discussed, one of the things the Tribune recommended was opening up the pension discussion into a convention vote. It's just like you're going to do with the graduated income tax. Is that something that you guys consider, or is that in a different area?
So the question is about opening up the Illinois Constitution or the General Assembly passing a constitutional amendment to delete or take away that Article 13, Section 5, the Pension Protection Clause, or modify it in some way where benefits could be changed in the future.
Yeah.
So the attorneys that did the Senate Bill 1 case that overturned it in a very, very strongly worded Supreme Court decision have suggested to us that that would also be unconstitutional for anyone who was currently employed to change the benefit going forward. I'm sure there would be a legal battle over it. But the unfunded liability that exists today, even if you change the law prospectively for future credits, I don't think that is going to provide a significant amount of assistance or relief to the challenges that you're facing today.
But on a go-forward basis, that would be impactful as the Tribune was recommending. Possible.
I read the Sun-Times usually.
I guess that takes care of the question.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Pards?
Okay, I've just got a pretty specific question that maybe you can or can't answer. When you talk about mortality rates and table issues, because we've talked about that in here as a finance committee, when you're applying that to first responders, do you use a different one, since we know some occupations have more stress, more, you know what I mean, more stress-related issues, disability from all of that? So do you apply a general one, or do you have one?
So I'll tell you when I've asked that question to the actuaries, because I'm way out of my depths in offering any sort of an opinion in this area. But when I've asked that question to actuaries who work with our pension funds, what they've told me is the data sets to develop things like mortality tables are so large that trying to pare them down to only like sample first responders or firefighters is something that is almost impossible to do. So I don't believe, from what I've been told by the actuaries, that they differentiate between other type of blue collar workers specific to firefighters or professional paramedics.
Mr. Favor?
So now I'll touch the third rail. Because of the longer life expectancy, I just quickly read in here, I'm not sure, is anyone discussing right now, it says 50 years of age and 20 years of service is full retirement. Is there any discussion to raise the years of service? Now that we're, again, kind of touching the third rail, because we're expecting to live longer, should we work longer?
So I'll answer it two ways. In current statute, for anyone who was hired after January 1st, 2011, the full retirement age is 55 years old. I actually am waiting on feedback from the Department of Insurance Public Pension Division to find out what the current retirement age, and that would be for the Tier 1 employees. That's the only people who are retiring or have retired, those hired before January 1st, 2011. I'll tell you that the average retirement age back in 2010, when we were in negotiations and discussions over Tier 2 and a bunch of other pension matters, was 55 years old at that time. So even though statute authorizes firefighters or allows firefighters to retire at 50 years old, very few of them do. I would suggest, and hopefully I'll be able to follow up on this, that the average retirement age in the last 9 years has increased significantly. The reason that is most of our firefighters might have some type of a supplemental retirement insurance. Many do not. So many of them are staying longer in their career to get closer to the Medicare age. So that's a real issue with ours, is being able to afford health insurance. And the bad part about that, and I'm glad you raised this issue of age, is when you look at the actuarial evaluations and how they determine incidence of disability, they create a graph which shows a person's career. The average firefighter gets hired at 27 years old, they retire at 57, 58. And over the course of their career, the incidence of disability starts at essentially 0 and then goes up dramatically to where, and I'm not going to get this exactly right, but I'm going to be in the ballpark. I believe the last analysis I looked at, from like 50 to 55 was 3 times greater, 60 was 9 times greater, and forget about from 30 to 60. I mean, it's exponentially. So there are other issues that affect funding and costs when somebody becomes disabled on the job. I mean, all of you are aware of the PSEBA benefit for health insurance for an employee if they become injured while performing, at an emergency incident. So there are other ancillary costs to having people stay later and later. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Mr. Tarasinski.
One last one. You talked about the ramp and what the projected increases have to be because the ramp is steep based on this formula that's being used to fund it, right? So if you, again, a general number, if you looked at where we are now, what percentage increase on an annual basis would we be looking at for 5 years on a go-forward basis on a ramp, based on the current situation?
I have personally, outside of the work of this committee because this is such a key issue. And again, it's one that the fewest number of people understand because it's complicated and has to do with actuarial valuations and how you amortize unfunded liability. Just saying that makes my eyes glaze over. So it depends on the amount of unfunded liability you have, how far out you go, what the payroll growth assumption that you use. It can vary drastically depending on how you plug in all of those different assumptions. So I couldn't really answer it just to it would be a best guess and it would be wrong.
It's well above the CPI level?
I don't know would be the best way to answer that.
Mr. Higgerson.
Thank you. Just to go back a little, make sure I understood. You mentioned that you thought that there was as much as a 2% saving by consolidation? Did I hear that someplace?
This gentleman read that in the Tribune.
There was something that the Tribune covered this
Okay,
subject at some length, and they had some attribute as to what the savings and what the improvement might be.
That's a massive number.
Right, I know it was. That's why I was asking.
Massive number.
Yeah.
And I don't know what data the Tribune was using by making that suggestion.
Okay, that's from the Tribune.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would guess when the proposal comes out, there'd have to be some projection as to what the improvement is to sell this thing.
What are the assets of all the firefighters' pensions here statewide?
And the 291 funds, I believe the current assets are, it's in the $6 billion range.
I can make a pretty good living then. on
$6 billion
2%,
in assets across 291 funds.
That's a living.
And it is also that type of data in this COGFA study that NOAA shared with the group. That type of data is included. And again, that's the newest information available, about a month old, I believe.
Thank you.
Alderman Smith.
I know you fire guys are waiting for this, right? So I'm the only policeman out in here. Pat, would you agree? I mean, I sat on our police pension board before I retired. The limits the state put on at 50% investments, I think, ended in 2010. Is that right? And then or the cap, I should say, and then it went up from there, 2011 to 60%. Am I right?
In 2012 was the last time
to 65
for funds greater than 10 million in assets, like yourself.
Right.
Went up, and it went up to 65%. You could go into equities or the stock market.
Are we looking at raising that? I know when we, as a pension fund, saw that raise, we also saw a greater return on our investments because we shifted more funds into the market. So do you think that's actually putting a brick on the pension funds as far as return? And do you have any numbers that maybe you can share? Maybe that's in the works. I won't put you on the spot, and I understand. But, I mean, we noticed a definite loss of income, I guess, if you will, or return on ROI on our investments because of those bricks.
Your point is 100% correct. So if you were going to create a pension system, I don't think many reasonable people would say, hey, I'm going to create a system where we have 641 funds of all different sizes, and then we're going to arbitrarily limit their ability to invest in the assets that will maximize returns. And I think most people agree with that. I'll say, in my experience, I've been doing this since 2004. Any proposal to increase those asset limitations, particularly for the smaller funds, because of a concern of volatility and not allowing them to assume additional risk, have been rejected by the General Assembly. That's the best way that I could answer it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have to commend you, Greg, and Bill in attracting Mr. Devaney to us today. Pat, I really appreciate your comments. I was really impressed with not only your comments, your analysis of where we are statewide, but I was very impressed, as hopefully you were too, by the number of questions that you received. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Bill or Greg.
Well, I just want to say thank you as well and give him a round of applause for coming up and helping us. Thank you very much. And maybe this is the time to take a 5-minute break and Pat can make his...
In fact, I'll volunteer to manage it for one person.
Okay, I would, I'd entertain a motion to take a short 10-minute recess.
So moved.
Seconded.
Been moved by Mrs. Neely and seconded by Alderman McAdams. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are in recess until 2:25. As we take a seat and come out of our recess mode, we want to go back now into meeting mode, and we have a couple of other things we'd like to do prior to planned wrap up today at 3:30 or thereabouts. And so with this, I would call the continuation of the afternoon session in order, and I once again would ask our City Clerk, Lynn Fazekas, to call the roll of both City Council and Finance Advisory Committee.
City Council roll call. Morris?
Here.
Van Nuken? Smith?
Here.
Fagan? McAdams?
Here.
Verbeek?
Here.
Favor?
Here.
Mayor Smith?
Here.
6 present. And Finance Advisory, Peddle?
Here.
Higgerson?
Here.
Neely?
Here.
Parker? Parch?
Here.
Tarazinski?
Here.
5 present from Finance Advisory.
Thank you. Okay, once again, I will turn it over to City Manager Nicholas as we proceed with the final hour or so of this very good joint meeting of the Council and the Finance Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I had planned to regale you with my knowledge of such phrases as normal cost and unfunded liability, but I can't improve on what Mr. Devaney said, and I won't even try. He anticipated the issues and possibilities I was going to discuss, and so I wondered if you would be agreeable to my turning this over to Dr. Kuhn and let him do a little bit of a wrap, and I would say that, well, I may as well just do it right now, Greg.
Yeah.
In terms of next steps, the Finance Advisory Committee, the council, our staff all have a role as we go forward, and what I'd like to do is suggest a schedule in the next week or so, send it around to everybody for thoughts and suggestions that will take us through the process ahead. We have opportunities ahead in terms of committee of the whole meetings, which have been in the past successful, and I think would be successful, particularly with this subject matter, to give you a little more time to work through certain pieces. I'm not going to try to script it now, but if you're agreeable to that, that's what I'd like to do, and show how we're going to work on this together over the next 90 days. So then we're ready to present something for public review. Also in this process, Greg mentioned at the start saying that he thought that maybe the single most important action of the council in any fiscal year is the creation of the budget. And I heartily agree with that. And I've always said, and I still believe, that the other piece is the levy. These things affect everybody in town, and that process is going to go concurrently with how we go from here in terms of the budget. So we'll probably weave in the levy schedule as well, and ask for your thoughts and suggestions on that. So without any further ado, Greg.
Okay, Greg?
Okay, thank you, Manager Nicholas. So here's some thoughts. Bill and I had a little sidebar here during the break, trying to think, because as you plan one of these days out, you can't fully anticipate how the conversation will go and how the information will be received or the kind of ideas shared. But I'm going to say, and we do a lot of facilitation right now, I think the group did everything that we could ask them to do today. And it's only the beginning, so thank you, Bill, for reiterating that point. There's much work to do, but if you think about where we started the day, and we grabbed a couple of sheets and we put them up on the easels, the general themes that emerged go back to that point I made at the beginning of our conversation today is if your budget is truly your most important policy document you create every year. But what are those policies? And you know, when I teach and train on this, the emphasis is things you already know. I'll just say them out loud. Is that it's a reflection of your priorities. It's a reflection of the things that you see are important. It's a reflection of your values. Now, all that has to get translated then into, as we said, some of the groups, all four of you said collectively, we need to take action. We need to commit ourselves to take the next steps. And that's kind of what Bill and I talked about at the break is, well, the next steps are some of the most important information we can do at this point, so you know, well, what's going to happen to all this? So let me fill in some of those blanks. One, we're going to take all this information and then we're going to capture it. We're going to transcribe it and share it with the city, and you could use it in your further discussions as you go. Two, we don't think these lists are the end of the discussion. Again, it's the beginning. And you're going to go home today and tonight, and you're going to think of things, and you should think of them, and you should write some down or send a text message to yourself, or however you track those things. But continue to bring them into the process. I think another thing that's important for the group to consider on, well, what are we going to do with all this information? Just sitting here going through this pension discussion, some of the early discussions I had with Bill and Ray that we had now a month or two ago, you know what? When I look at budget numbers, I think what's hard for many people that aren't here today to appreciate is these are big numbers. And when we talk about the state of Illinois' budget or the federal budget, you know, we really do get lost in the phrases that get used so often. Oh, it's $1 trillion. Oh, it's $1 billion. You know, and $1 billion here or there, as one of the famous senators said, now you got some real money. It's the same locally for all of us. I looked at those sheets as everyone was reporting. There's some real money here. And these obligations aren't going to go away, but the streets aren't going to heal themselves. And how are you going to get economic development in that beautiful downtown and all these other things? It takes resources. So it's about tough decisions. But I think today, I'm going to repeat something I've said probably the third time today. I think all of you, all four groups saying, hey, we need to actually get on with this. We need to take some action and think of things. So I think what's going to happen, based on you know, any good best practice organization, you're going to take this information, you're going to need to use it, and you're going to need to weigh on it, and you're going to be confronted with some choices. But you already identified some of the components of that here. Where do you want to go, right? Part of the map is how you're going to get there is going to be the financial resources, but the third part of that story is you interacting with everything and everyone around you. We talked about the university, we talked about the economy, we talked about the state, we talked about the census, all those ingredients. And I guess the thing that we would share with you as a team and a group, the more of this you can do together and wrestle through those tough issues, you know, the farther down the road you're going to get. But I think the themes that you've identified here are going to give staff some direction on where to head. They're going to give you some choices. And I think as you move along a little further, you're going to have to weigh some of these things out and say, well, you know, are we going to put those dollars here today, or are we going to put those dollars there today? And this is not an engineering commercial, but I know we have public works staff here, et cetera. The squad cars, the fire apparatus, the trucks in public works, they're not going to fix themselves, and the streets and the sewers and the water mains aren't going to heal themselves. So, you know, what's ahead of you is, I think, lots to accomplish and a lot of things that'll make a difference, but, you know, it won't happen without putting the resources there, and eventually you're probably going to have to make some more tough decisions. So, Mr. Manager or Mr. Mayor, I think that's all we would share today. I can also know, as good facilitators, we can also tell when the energy starts to dip a little bit in the room. I think you've all done great to kind of stay tuned in. So I'll turn it over back to the mayor and anyone else.
Yeah, I would like to afford City Council and Finance Advisory Committee members the ability to continue this conversation before we wrap up, if in fact there are if there is anything that folks would like to bring up. I would like to add one thing to your comments, Greg, if I may, and that is I think it's very important. We talked about communication. I think it is very important that we disseminate the information that we have chatted about today since 9 this morning. And towards that end, we have televised this, we have taped it, so it is going to be available. And I've asked City Manager Nicholas to make sure that not only that we share the taping of this session on our website, but we also take the information that is on the wall now and some of the information that City Manager Nicholas provided us as background and make sure that that is shared with a greater public. The greater public meaning those who aren't here today, those who are not listening, and hopefully it will attract a fair number of folks who, if they do this and if they try to digest just a small percentage of what we've gone through today, maybe they will be part, and they will want to be part and parcel of this call to get after it, to let's get it done, okay? And so I feel very important that as much of the information that we can glean out of our conversation and our note-taking, et cetera, let's get it to the website. I'm going to make a personal appeal to our local media outlets. Kelsey Retke was here, Scott Zach, I'm going to call him from WLBK, and just let them be our partners, if you will, in communicating to the public how important not only the material that we talked about today is, but how important that material is ultimately to the citizens of the city of DeKalb.
Well said. So
Now,
the mayor
yeah.
invited anyone who
Sure.
had additional thoughts or wrap-up?
Any thoughts or wrap-up? Alderman Morris.
Now, I've never participated in one of these before, so I don't know how it's supposed to end or how we walk away, but what I like to see at the end of something like this is action items to walk away with. And perhaps we can't technically do that, so I'm not really sure what the rules are with that. But I guess, things that I'd like to see moving forward would be, I feel like Alderman Favor touched on it at the beginning, and we heard a lot of people saying the same thing, that we do want to hear what the people are thinking at this point in time. We do want some sort of survey going out. That was one, and then maybe it was more specifically what Alderman Favor said, but some strategic planning, deeper strategic planning, making an outline of exactly where we want to see this city going, and then actively, deliberately pursuing that instead of haphazardly allowing and inviting random things to happen in our space. So I think that we need to be molding that moving forward.
Thank you. Alderman Verbeek.
And more of these types of joint sessions with our governing body partners. So the school district, meeting with them, discussing vision, goals, measurable goals, and specific NIU leadership. What would they be interested in? What are their hopes and vision for the city of DeKalb and how to best support their operations at NIU? So I think the more that we can get together with our other partners and set these goals that do have measures, and then update our progress, whether that's on our website or not, I think would be valuable.
I'd like to ask my co-chair of this meeting, so to speak, Mike Peddle, if he has any closing thoughts or comments on behalf of the Finance Advisory Committee.
I would ask that my colleagues interject as they wish, but I valued the opportunity, I think, to sit down and to meet a lot of the new players. A lot have changed since the last budget cycle, and I think this is very effective. Not particularly overwhelming, which was really good. I think we bit things off in in a pretty manageable chew. And I was very, very pleased, especially with the first exercise, that I think generally everybody's close enough to being on the same page that that we can be very effective in the process.
Thank you. Okay, not hearing any other comments or suggestions from Mr. Kuhn. You and your staff, thank you very much. I appreciate all your help today. And City Manager Nicholas, I appreciate your getting this agenda together. I think it was very, very helpful. To City Council and the Finance Advisory Committee, thank you very much. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn this joint meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Peddle, seconded by Alderman Verbeek. Any discussion? All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you very much.